Board of Regents meeting to order, and want to welcome everybody who is here by Zoom and who might be streaming this meeting today. Um, and I am presiding by reason of the resignation of Chair Kemp, who resigned effective May the 15th. According to our bylaws, and the vice chair becomes the acting chair. So that explains that I'm presiding over this meeting today. And we'll start by the roll call. Secretary Jill.
Mr. Book.
Here.
Mr. Krigler.
Here.
Mrs. Gray.
Here.
Ms. Green.
Here.
Mr. Owens.
Here.
Mr. Rhodes.
Here.
Mrs. Rudolph.
Present.
Mr. Schooley.
Here.
Dr. Schimberger.
Present.
Dr. Tharp.
Here.
Okay. Everybody's present and accounted for. And if we have any technical difficulty during this process, we'll alert Jill to that, and she'll get the technical people to work on it. And just as a reminder, you did get the Zoom protocol, and I know all of you are aware that whenever you are making a motion or a second, indicate your name before you speak. So with that, we'll go into our agenda, starting with the consent agenda. On your agenda, under consent agenda, you will see the minutes of the quarterly meeting and committee meetings of the Board of Regents on February 28, 2020, special meeting of the board, and special meeting of the Board of Regents Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activities Committee, Enrollment Management and Student Success and Finance on April 20, 2020. Report of the Registrar, May 20, conferral of degrees, Audit and Compliance Committee, Office of Internal Audit Work Status Report, Office of Internal Audit Summary of Presidential Travel Report, Finance Committee, Personal Services Contract, Schedule of Expenditures, and also the personnel changes, staff leaves of absence without pay. Are there any questions or comments that anyone would like to make regarding any of the items on the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion at this time for approval of the consent agenda.
This is Melanie Schemberger, and I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Motion made and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you. The next item on the agenda, report of the chair. This is something we've been dealing with for quite some time now. And all of you, to quickly summarize the protocol here, we have an annual evaluation of our president, and we were all furnished a questionnaire of some 40 questions, and all of our board members did respond. President Jackson also prepared a self-evaluation, which was reviewed by Chair Kemp, and he met with President Jackson to discuss that. He received all of the evaluations by all of our board members, and we appreciate the time and effort that all of you put in to do that. It's a very serious thing for us to evaluate our president, and I know all of you took it very seriously. Following that, Chair Kemp did confer and meet again with President Jackson about this. And under our policies, Chair Kemp prepared, actually on his last day of service, a summary of the report and recommendations regarding the evaluation. And all of you were furnished with this by an email that was sent out yesterday. So I will read this into the record, although you have seen it. It will now be public since we're going to be reading it into the record. So it's, I will now read that. It's dated May the 15th, 2020, issued by Chair Kemp. And I'll read this as follows. In accordance with the board operating procedure for presidential evaluation adopted on November 14, 2008, I have completed the chair's findings and recommendations in regard to the annual performance evaluation of the president based on feedback from the Board of Regents, as well as my own assessment. And after review of the president's self-assessment, the evaluation included a review of the president's performance in executing his key responsibilities and his skills relating to the operation of the university. The questionnaire attached to the 2008 procedure was used to gather data and comments relating to the effectiveness of the president in meeting the many expectations associated with his role. All 11 regions completed the questionnaire and made written comments. In accordance with board procedure, the data and comments were discussed privately with the president without disclosing identifying information of any individual regions. The evaluations may be summarized by saying that President Jackson is commended for excellent performance under extremely difficult circumstances pertaining to state funding, retirement costs, and enrollment. These challenging circumstances were exacerbated in March 2020 by the current worldwide coronavirus pandemic. Dr. Jackson's steady and thoughtful leadership has been apparent to all in the university community, the alumni, and the public. He has become a leader among his peers by being elected as the convener or spokesperson for all presidents of public universities in Kentucky. In spite of formidable challenges, the university has made progress in several key strategic areas during Dr. Jackson's administration. These include growth in new student enrollment, reductions in costs, progress on deferred maintenance, and planning for future reburnishing of legacy buildings. Dr. Jackson's leadership during the coronavirus pandemic has been exemplary. The students were moved from dorms smoothly and without incident. The faculty was able to change all coursework to be completed electronically, and steps were taken to protect the health and safety of everyone associated with Murray State. The board is appreciative of the many long hours worked by Dr. Jackson and his leadership team, as well as faculty and staff over the past year. While my resignation takes effect on May 15, 2020, and I will not be a member of the board at the June 5 quarterly board meeting, it would be my recommendation that the board vote to extend President Jackson's contract by 1 year to expire June 30, 2024 at that meeting. I am also aware that President Jackson would like the board to consider a minor revision of his contract as it pertains to the use of Oakhurst, and I recommend that General Counsel Rob Miller draft appropriate revisions and advise the board accordingly. Respectfully submitted, Chair Kemp. So that is Chair Kemp's summary after his review of the self-evaluation and also of the evaluations made by all of the regions. Following this, General Counsel Miller, working in collaboration with President Jackson, did make some minor tweaks to the contract regarding the use of Oakhurst. And I think Counsel Miller is available with us here, and I'd like for him to explain those changes that were made as it relates to Oakhurst. Counsel Miller, are you available?
Yes, Chair Rhodes, I'd be glad to explain those changes in that paragraph regarding Oakhurst. In coordination with the President's tax accountant, and in consideration of some potential tax issues, because the president has a primary residence in Murray that preceded his appointment as president. There were some changes that were needed just to ensure that he did not have negative tax consequences. So basically what would change is that the president would continue to use Oakhurst as needed from time to time, and he acknowledges that the uses of Oakhurst are a condition of his employment, and that would be new language. We removed a reference to rent, just to be extra cautious that there wasn't a negative implication there. And we removed the language about the 2020 spring semester regarding deferred maintenance issues.
Are there any questions of Council Miller regarding those changes relating to Oakhurst? I might add, from a historical perspective, we have traditionally extended our presidential contracts upon favorable evaluations. And so this is not anything that's departs from prior tradition. And I would also like to add my endorsement and support of the summary by Chair Kemp. Although it was his report, I would like to add as acting chair my endorsement of that. At this time, are there any questions or comments that any of our board members would like to make regarding this item?
I do have a question. Can you hear me? I never know if I'm supposed to unmute myself or not.
Huh.
Am I unmuted?
I can hear you, Sharon.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was somewhat surprised that it was coming up at this meeting, just because I do remember I was on the board when Dr. Dunn, and we voted. It was just like, well, it was like about a year and a half as to whether to extend a contract. And I've never even seen the current contract.
I think the contract is in the board books, isn't it, Jill?
I've searched for it and I can't find it.
In any event, I think in Dr. Dunn's instance, he had a built-in 1-year extension each year. His contract provided for an automatic extension, Dr. Dunn's. Now with Dr. Davies, we extended his by action by the board.
And Chair Rhodes, what's in the board book is the amendment to the contract.
Right. Of course, we approved this contract back when President Jackson was selected as our president, I believe in March of 19. Is that right, Council Miller? March of 19.
But is it not in diligence? I mean, I have found the basketball coaches, the football coaches, baseball. I just never have been able to locate.
Well, we'll see that you get the contract, but there aren't any changes that we are proposing to make other than the 1-year extension and those tweaks regarding Oakhurst that Council Miller explained. So, yeah, we'll definitely see that you get.
Till I get a contract?
We'll definitely get the contract to you, Sharon.
I appreciate that, but I'm just saying I'd like to see it before I vote on it.
Well, I suppose we could email that to her, could we not, Jill?
Sure, it'll take me a minute to find it.
Yeah, we'll have to take a short break here for Jill to do that, Sharon. If you want us to do that, we'd be happy to do it.
I mean, I don't want to hold up the board meeting. I can abstain, but.
Okay. Well, we can maybe do this at a break, and then if you want to bring that up later in the meeting, you know, you anything else you want to comment on, Sharon, feel free to do so.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I didn't get your email.
Oh, you didn't?
Well, I mean, I think I did, but I'm just saying not in time to look at it about 9 o'clock last night, but I had taken pain medication because I had a medical procedure done yesterday. And I guess my thing is I just wish that we got these things in a more timely manner instead of a few hours before a board meeting.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments that any of the board members have regarding this report and also recommendation?
Chairman Rhodes, what's the plan? Are we going to vote? Is that the plan now, or?
Yeah,
we'll
we're
come back?
going to, I'm going to ask for a motion, Don, to approve the report and also the changes to President Jackson's contract, the 1-year extension, and also the Oakhurst changes.
Well, if we're waiting on Sharon's to get that issue resolved, I'll wait, and after the motion is passed, I have a recommendation I'd like to put before the board. But I'll wait until this issue is resolved. I don't want to get too many things on the table at one time.
If you want to wait in deference to Sharon till she received the contract?
Well, I'll just mention a concern. Speaking to Sharon's concern of when we receive the material, I think I'm confused as to why we were going to get the evaluation and have it read to us the day of the board meeting. I think that the most important thing that a board of regents does is to hire the president and secondly, evaluate the president. And for us to receive material on the day of the board meeting was a little bit concerning to me. I think we need to give this thing as much thought we can. The president deserves a thoughtful evaluation, and receiving the material on the day of the board meeting, I don't think is in.
Well, Don, did you receive the report yesterday that was emailed to you?
Yes, but the original process was that we were going to have it read to us today at the board meeting. So that's what I'm speaking to. I think the process going forward, I think we can fix, but I think the way it was designed was that we were going to have it read to us today. So I'm just speaking to us going forward. I think we can kind of tidy up the process a bit.
Well, I kind of like to explain the process, what we did here. It was Chair Kemp's decision based on past policy that the report would be read at the meeting without sending it to the board members in advance. And when I received a couple of contacts from board members requesting this, I instructed Jill yesterday to send out an email with the attachment of the report, which was sent out yesterday afternoon. And so all of the board members then would have received this prior to the meeting today. Just as a matter of public record, I wanted to explain what we did. And it was Chair Kemp's decision to honor past policy. It had not been done before. That doesn't mean that it couldn't be changed, but he was simply following the past practice, and that's the way it had been done. And we looked at the policy since 2008, and Chair Stout had handled it this same way. So we were simply following board policy, Don, and we did get it out yesterday. And in the future, if it's the will of the board to send this out beforehand, we'll certainly do that. We'll certainly honor that. So,
Chair Rhodes,
yes.
President Jackson's original contract, along with Amendment 1, has now been emailed to the full board, and Amendment number 2 is in the e-board book for today's meeting.
Okay. If you would like for us to take a short break here for the board members to review the contract, we'd be happy to do that and then resume the meeting and take this up again. Is that the will of the board?
Chair Rhodes, this is Leon Owens.
Hey, Leon.
Chair Rhodes, I'm prepared to make the motion
Okay.
relative to accepting the employment contract as well as the amendment for and extending the contract for Dr. Jackson.
Well, I think that a motion is in order, and if Regent Owens, if you're prepared to make that motion, go ahead.
Chair Rhodes, I move that we accept the employment contract, extend the contract for additional year for Dr. Jackson, and also accept the amendment 2 as it has been explained by Counsel Rob Miller.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Phil Schooley, I second it.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the report and the amendments to the contract as discussed. At this time, we will take a roll call vote. Joe?
Mr. Book,
Yes.
Mr. Krigler,
Yes.
Mrs. Gray,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Owens,
Yes.
Mrs. Rudolph,
Yes.
Mr. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Schemberger,
Yes.
Dr. Tharp,
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye. Motion has passed and the contract will be amended as approved by the board. At this time, we will have the report of the President Jackson. Congratulations on the extension, and we're very happy that we had such a positive report, and you're to be commended. I'd like to add my comments to those of Chair Kemp, and his comments certainly represent my feeling about your performance as president. So you can go ahead with your report.
Chair Rhodes, thank you. And I want to thank the board for their confidence, not only in me and those, many of you know me quite well. I don't believe in me, I believe in we. And I know this is also a vote of confidence of the administrative team here at the university. And I don't know what I would do personally, and I don't know what this institution would do without all of them. And I appreciate them very much. And I appreciate, again, your support this morning. Also want to point out someone who is not mentioned in any contracts and was not mentioned in that evaluation is my wife, Karen. And Karen deserves as many accolades and pats on the back as anyone. She works hard. She works hard for this institution. She has for many, many years. She volunteers her time in a lot of different areas. And I just want to make sure she was mentioned in that regard because of the commitment she has as an alum and as an advisor and as a supporter of students and programs and projects at this university. The last 3 or 4 months have not been easy for anyone here, including her, but anyone here especially. So I appreciate the support and the kind words. Before I've got a report this morning I wanted to give you all. I want to give you, if you would indulge me a second, I want to give a little bit of history. And I think it's especially appropriate for this morning. In 1924, after Murray State University went through the legislative process and was founded by Senate Bill 14 in 1922, the first Board of Regents was appointed in 1924 by Governor Fields at that time, almost 100 years ago. At that time, there were 5 board members. Day 11, when the board has all members appointed. James Wilson from Mayfield, Prentice Thomas from Cadiz, Bruce Thomas is, some of you may know, longtime president of Hopkinsville Federal Savings and Loan, which became Heritage Bank, which is now a different bank. He's still living. He actually visited with me several months ago, but he brought a really nice gift, and I appreciate it very much on behalf of this institution. He had all presidents that he has known and worked with, except the first 3, signed a picture of Oakhurst. And so he was a nephew of Prentice Thomas from Cadiz, Thomas Stokes from Murray, and Laureen Wells Lovett from Benton. Lovett Auditorium is named in her honor, and she was the daughter of Brady T. Wells. While all that's important, there was one more member, McHenry Rhodes. McHenry Rhodes, he was the elected state school superintendent in 1924, and he was the chair of this board. And that is acting chair Jerry Rhodes' great uncle. And I didn't get that right. I looked at the family tree and I tried to determine exactly Chair Rhodes, but I I
There
think
might be a few more greats in there, Bob.
maybe a great. And I really couldn't tell from, it was a big tree. But I think the most important thing, 100 years apart, two family members are acting as chair of this particular board. So I thought you would appreciate that history this morning. I love history, and I love the history of this institution, and I think it's a neat component. In the president's report, I noted a few things, and if you would just give me a couple of minutes here, I want to point out a few items, and I want to thank a few people in regard to the work that's been done over the last several months. The Racer Restart Plan, you received an email yesterday in regard to that. That's been work of the last many weeks. Slowing the institution down was much easier than restarting the institution back for fall. We knew that in March. We painfully know that today. And so there's a lot of work to do, and a lot of individuals have been involved with that. Initially, and who chaired this, the co-chairs were Vice President Jackie Dudley, Provost Tim Todd, Dr. Don Robertson were the chairs of this Racer Restart Committee, and Mr. Jordan Smith was the chief administrator over Racer Restart. And he was the drafter of the plan that now you can see on the website. And Jordan has lived with this for the last couple of months, 24/7, and getting all that work done along with the co-chairs and me and others. And I want to point out also, there were a couple of hundred faculty, staff, students, healthcare administrators, healthcare officials, physicians, nurses, etc., involved in this process. And Dr. Bob Hughes, who is the Chief Medical Officer for our Health Services Clinic on campus, and his team of physicians, including Doctors Blaylock, Richard Blaylock 1 and 2, advised athletics, they're the athletic trainers, have been extremely involved in this process. And we appreciate those individuals, Jason Youngblood, David Looney, I could go on and on, Mr. Kevin Saul, but almost 200 faculty, staff, students, and others were involved in this process. And I just simply want to thank them. A lot of people invested a lot of time. We've got the roadmap now. The hard work is in June and July as we prepare for August. So I think if you haven't had a chance to see that website or review that plan, you might look at that 32-page document. It's in a PDF and it looks very nice and all that, but it will be a wonderful nighttime reading. If you have problems sleeping in the evening, you'll see how detailed it is and what information that had to be gathered in regard to the days and weeks ahead. Also, the next item I want to talk about is the academic calendar. Every board member has seen that. Many have commented in regard to it. Provost Todd, Dr. Purvine, the deans, academic leadership, Regent Schemberger, Dr. David Roach, the president of our faculty senate, and I could go on and on in regard to those who have had input into the academic calendar for the fall semester. It is a unique calendar from the standpoint of starting in August and ending by Thanksgiving, but the really unique piece, there's other institutions doing that, of course. The unique piece is a holiday term, and the provost will speak to that later, but I simply wanted to thank those individuals. They spent a lot of time on it. It was unanimously supported, and I appreciate the Regents' comments in regard to it. And I've had a chance this week and over the last several days to talk to you all about that particular calendar, which I think will help keep this campus healthy and safe and meet the needs of this new normal fall semester that's approaching. We spent a lot of time on enrollment, recruiting, and retention in this environment. The last 4 months have made that work quite interesting. And Dr. Robertson is going to give you a report in regard to that today. I think you'll find it very interesting. And Dr. Robertson and his team have worked very hard in regard to the enrollment management area, the recruiting and retention component, We appreciate all those individuals and the hard work, because we're going through the summer orientation process now virtually, and it's a unique process to go through in this particular environment. There's a bullet point you'll notice, calling our students. So in March, as things changed, and they changed very quickly, many faculty and staff members in other parts of the institution, as things slowed down, we turned everyone on this campus for the most part into academic advisors. So our current students have been called, they've been recalled. In June, we're going to be doing a calling check again for retention purposes, checking with those students, asking what their needs and issues. This is a well-being check as well, but also calling first-time freshmen and first-time transfers and other students that we're recruiting for now and into the future. And I want to thank a huge team of people in our athletics area. And Eric, Regent Krigler is going to speak to this later. I won't steal his thunder in regard to this, but basically everyone in that operation became an academic counselor. The Office of Development, Alumni Affairs, and I could go on and on as well, became academic counselors and retention specialists over the last many weeks. The next item, and an extremely important item, probably the most important item we're going to deal with today, is the budget for FY 2021. Jack, I can't say enough. Jackie and her team, you're going to hear from them later, have literally spent 24/7 for the last 4 months in regard to this document. And Jackie and I talked last Sunday afternoon about 4 or 5 o'clock, putting some of the final tweaks to this budget. This was a very, very difficult budget, and I know you know that. One of the most difficult probably this institution has had to put together in the last many years, just because of the environment we're in. And there was a set of guiding principles that we made sure we adhered to as we were going through that process. And we'll speak to that later as we go through the budget process of what those principles were: protecting academics and teaching excellence, and I'll list others as we go through the budget here in just a few minutes. There are several key investments made in this budget as well. This period of time will pass. It will pass, and we need to be ready. Sometimes you have expenses and sometimes you have investments, and we need to make sure that we're investing. And we've got our alarm testing, if you can hear that, out behind me. So I hope you can hear the alarm going off. I think every year on a board meeting date, we have that worked out and planned for whatever reason. But so it's going off as we speak. But those key investments, and you'll hear about some of them, many of them in the budget presentation coming up, including new and existing academic program enhancements and how we handle certain faculty positions, very different than we've ever handled them at this institution. Not taking them out of the budget, not eliminating them, but pausing them and leaving them open and in the budget, because again, we will get through this and this will pass. And we have to make sure we're ready on the other end of this, the other side of this, to grow and advance the institution as we need to. This is
a test of the Murray State Emergency Warning System. This is only a test. Attention. This is a test of the Murray State Emergency Warning System. This is only a test. Attention.
This is not a test. This is really me. And there's also some diversity initiatives, a group that we put in place in the fall of 19, and I want to point them out. There's some diversity initiative investments that have been worked on for the last year. Dr. Coel chaired a committee. Dr. Carthel chaired a committee in regard to students and has done a very, very good job in regard to addressing that component. And I appreciate Dr. Coel and Dr. Carthel's work in those areas. Dean David Eaton worked on part of this with Renita Avery. They've done an excellent job on an institutional climate component. But there was some recommendations. The work of these groups continue, but there were some recommendations that we have advanced in this particular budget going forward for FY 2021. There's Murray State Promise enhancements. Everyone knows what that program is and how it works. It's helping our lowest income, our at-need students, our at-risk students, and so some enhancements have been made there. Some investments in recruiting and retention, investments in mental health counselors, and some of these will be, again, touched on more specifically in the budget process. But I wanted to point those out. Those are vitally important pieces as we move forward and get to the other side of especially this coronavirus issue. You're going to hear about a number of campus projects updates today, enhancements, and Dr. Tharp, deferred maintenance. And so a lot is going on campus as we speak. We had to slow many projects down. We had to stop certain projects, but you're going to hear a presentation today by Jackie and Jason Youngblood. And I want to point these individuals out. They don't always get recognized, and you may not know all of them well, but obviously you know Jason, and he's done a wonderful job as our Chief Facilities Officer. Angela Lampy is the #2 person in that area. Angela's done a fantastic job. Rick Grogan now is managing the SSC contract, and that is going quite well. And the relationship with SSC is going quite well. And I wish we were having our meeting on campus today. And campus looks extremely good, and very proud of that. And so I want to thank Rick and his team and the SSC folks. I don't know, Jackie, we may be talking about new mowers later today in a presentation, so I won't steal anyone's thunder. So we got a lot of new equipment, a lot of things going on in those areas. And also Jamie Miller, our superintendent in facilities management. You know, these are unsung heroes that are working hard each and every day, and they're vitally important to the Race Your Restart process as we deal with social distancing, as we deal with how many folks can be in a classroom, how many students can be in a classroom, or how many students can be in a room, or how many faculty and staff members can be in a particular room. They have gone around this entire campus, every building, every room, in regard to meeting standards that we have to adhere to now for social distancing purposes. So it's a great deal of work by that particular group. Provost Todd is going to talk to you about new academic programs, enhancements to programs, traditional and online and hybrid courses and programs. And Associate Provost Bob Purvine, Dean Ashley Ireland, our deans, our chairs, our faculty members have been involved in this process. And I bragged on them at the last meeting, and Regent Schimberger and the online champions have been extremely involved in this process. And I can't say enough about the good work that's going on there. Part of what we are doing, part of what you approve, have approved in the past and will approve in the future, we hope, helps recruiting and retention and the growth of this institution. New programs are key to that. Enhancements to programs are key to that. Having more online and hybrid programs is vitally important and key to that work as well. And a lot of people are working extremely hard. Provost, I wanted to thank you again for leading in that area. It's vitally important. Regent Krigler, again, is going to talk about athletics in a moment. I want to thank Mr. Saul and his coaches, administrators, and staff. And there's some good news. I won't steal that thunder. I want Regent Krigler to report that. But there's some really interesting news. Performance funding, not such a pleasant topic. Just starting July 1, we'll be forming, there will be a work group with all the public institution presidents, legislative leadership, and others sitting around a table with Dr. Aaron Thompson, the leadership of the CPE, talking about how do we improve the performance funding model where Murray and Moorhead and Eastern and Kentucky State and others are treated better and more fairly in regard to this work. And a lot of analysis is going on in this area. Dr. Pfister and her team have worked very, very hard, not only in this area, but in the enrollment management area, to address issues that we've got to advance and put forward. And we must have a louder voice in this area. And as the convener of the public institutions, it helps in setting the agenda in regard to this discussion. And we've got to advance improvements to performance funding. Until there's new money put in the performance funding model, Murray State will not receive its fair share. It may not receive anything until new money is put into that particular model. I noted on here the Cabot Farm, and probably if you remember, and a lot's happened in the last 4 months. It was either to last meeting or the Regents meeting prior to that. This board approved the acquisition of approximately 40 acres that borders the Hudson Farm and really squares up the Hudson Farm, which was gifted to us by Cindy Hudson and her family several years ago. And we're using private funds from the School of Agriculture to acquire this land. It is closed now. It is purchased. It is part of the Hudson Farm and part of the School of Agriculture, part of Murray State University. Dean Brannon has done a wonderful job in this area. Jackie and Rob guided this work as well. Rob did all the legal work in regard to it. General Counsel Miller just a few days ago as we closed this. Former President Dr. Tim Miller and I, 10, 12 years ago, once the Hudson Farm was gifted to us, worked with Dean Brannon and the family. There were siblings that owned this tract. We tried to put all of this together then, but it worked out today, and so that's a part of the Hudson Farm. Bob Hargrove is president of the Murray Bank here in Murray, is very close to that family and helped guide that work too and help negotiate the final results. That's an important addition to the School of Agriculture. And the Secretary of Finance, Holly Johnson, who I know extremely well, and I think Senator Rhodes knows quite well also, had to approve this. And in the middle of this crisis, approved it in just a couple of days and got it back to us in order that we could close on that particular farm deal. And we appreciate the Secretary getting that done very quickly, working remotely from home. There's some retiring Regents today, and faculty and staff members. We're going to recognize them later. I said some words about Chair Dan Kemp at the last meeting, and we'll say more about Chair Kemp later, but also I want to recognize Regent Trey Book personally. He'll be recognized more formally later, but I want to thank Trey. Trey has served here, and he served here well, and I consider him a friend, and he's been a wonderful leader on this campus, and I appreciate his good work on behalf of the students, but also on behalf of this institution. He cares deeply about what we're doing, and Trey, we appreciate you, and we're going to miss you on this board, and I look forward to the days ahead, because we're gonna keep Trey moving forward here to graduate and then get a graduate degree, and so we got plans for Trey. So we're gonna keep using him in a lot of areas in the days ahead. We will recognize Mr. Chairman. We'll recognize a number of faculty and staff members later retiring, and we'll have a resolution. But the thing I want to point out, we have 624 years of service leaving us at June 30th, or have already left in some period of time during the past a few months. But we want to thank them all, and we'll recognize them more formally later today. But I want to thank the board, the students, the faculty and staff, administrators of this institution. I think everyone, especially the ones participating in this meeting today, would say that the last 4 months have probably been the most difficult period of time in their professional careers. And from the standpoint of work and energy and focus and the things that we have had to do and will have to do going forward, makes for a very challenging environment. And you have to be very nimble in regard to that work. And we have good people here working hard each and every day. And Chair Rhodes, thank you for your service, and that's my report.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I think the strength of a university is illustrated by how it responds to challenging times. And we have been severely challenged financially and also by this pandemic. And we have been recognized as a leader in our public universities. And that's best illustrated by the fact that our president was selected as convener, the official representative of our public universities. So I think we've set the pace in many respects in terms of restructuring our academic and our calendar for the coming year. But we have a lot of work ahead of us. But I want to also publicly thank all of those who have collaborated with President Jackson. We have a very dedicated and committed team. And this goes all the way down from the vice presidents, the provost, all the way down to our faculty and staff members. And another thing that I think that we need to comment on that I hear more than anything that distinguishes Murray State from other universities is the personal touch that we always convey to the students. And I have received many comments and feedback from students in our area who are complimentary of the way that Murray State has attended to their needs. I've sent them emails, they've called them, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort to be able to contact our students like this. And I know we're treating our athletes the same way. The president was telling me, I think yesterday, that all of our athletes are almost contacted on a daily basis. So it's treated like one big family, and I think our enrollment figures will indicate and reinforce the value of what we've done. So thank you for that good report, Mr. President. Our next item on the agenda is the report of our treasurer by Vice President Dudley.
Thank you. As President said, we've been working really hard on our FY21 budget, but we're still trying to finish up FY20. So the data that we've presented to you in the quarterly report is as of March 31, 2020. Seems like a long time ago since March 31, and we've done a lot since then, but we're not done with the year yet. So I'm going to go through the executive summary, which starts on your page 101, and I'll be happy to take questions about the financial statements, but I won't dive into the statements in detail. The most important things is the top topic in that executive summary, which is tuition. Even though the report says of March 31, we have tried to provide the most recent tuition numbers in the first graph on that page. We've got all of our spring numbers, and we have a pretty good idea about summer one right now. Obviously, summer one has started. We still have sessions continuing to start throughout the summer. But what we're projecting now is what we talked about at the last board meeting, approximately $800,000 down, revenues less budget. So that is taken into consideration the $2 million contingency that we have in our budget. So summer school, summer one, we've talked about that a lot and how we needed to meet our budget. And it's coming very close to meeting the budget. We're just right on target with last year's summer one numbers from a revenue perspective. So no surprises here. This is what we've been forecasting. So are there any questions about tuition as it's presented?
Jackie, what was the biggest delta on why we missed? Was it credit hours or a mix of less international students, or could you just help me remember that, please?
Yeah. Overall, we did have a dip in credit hours, even though our head count was up. We did have a dip in credit hours, and as we continue to get a tighter budget, we know credit hours play a very important role. And it's also that mix of students. It's always hard to forecast where your students are going to come from. We have a good number, and we know how many is coming from Illinois and Missouri and Indiana and Kentucky. At this point, we have a good picture for 20, but it's really hard to estimate that. So the mix of students are very important, and we can only do as good as we can with a budget. It's a forecast, and that's why we keep our contingency in the budget. We have a $2 million contingency, and we've had that for several years now, and we have that in FY21 also. So it's really that mix of students and credit hours is primarily the change.
Thank you.
So as we move forward, I wanted to touch on the impact to the financial statements. Even though this is as of March 31, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic started, as you all know, right around spring break when we closed the residence halls and we moved to different methods of instruction. We talked about at our last board meeting the financial impact we expect at year end to be approximately $7 million down. That's still what we're estimating. That hasn't changed much. Even though we're sitting here in the first week of June, we still have a lot of activity to handle before the year is over. But I do feel that number is good. One thing that has occurred and formalized since the last meeting is we do have a budget reduction from the state. We have received a 1% state appropriation reduction of $445,800. So that $7 million does not include that reduction. So we will be adjusting our numbers accordingly for that. In talking about the COVID-19 impact, we can't leave out the federal stimulus dollars. Those are significant to the institution. We've received access to 2 pots of money right now from the federal government. We've received access to what's called the institutional share of the CARES money, which is about $3.2 million, a little bit over that the institution will access to help cover those housing and dining credits that we issued. So that will help cover that burden for FY20 in that regard. And then the second pot of funding that we have are those student share of the CARES funding. That is something that does not necessarily go directly to the university's financial statements. It's a flow through. Those dollars come in, $3.2 million, and flow back out again. So I wanted to clarify that even though we have access to those federal dollars, those are for students, and that has to go directly back to the student. So we can't use that for anything else, and that's not something we can use to help offset any financial challenges the university has. We've already issued grants to students. We've issued a little over 1.2 million so far, and we'll continue to solicit applications from students for those funds. So even though that doesn't impact our financial statement, it is important that you're updated on those types of funds. As we talk about our shortfall for 20, lots of things the institution's done. Much of that you've heard. We've identified these on the executive summary. Some of the bigger items as far as hiring freezes. We've really taken a hard stance on overtime, eliminated what we can. We'll continue to do many of these things in FY20 and more. But these are things that we've already started and we're working on in FY20. Limitation of temporary employees, really scrutinizing travel and expenditures that we make, budget transactions that we process, looking at contracts. We've spent a lot of time looking at contracts on campus in trying to renegotiate contracts, trying to determine if some of the contracts need renewed. So all those things are occurring to try to ensure fiscal year 20 ends up as well as it can. The pension expense, what we have in our financial statements now, as everyone knows, we've frozen our KERS rates at 49.47%. We will have an adjustment at year end for year end pension costs. We don't know what that's going to be yet because that comes from the audits of the pension systems. That's not our numbers. Those are numbers we get from the pension systems and their audits. So that still is an unknown at this point in time, but it does continue to be a big concern and will continue to be that way for many years. So you will continue to hear about KERS pension cost and liabilities from us and the impact it has to our financial statements. One item that we started this year, and I've talked about it each board meeting, is our asset preservation fee. It's a big item for the institution. That was a fee that we started last fall, started being charged $7 a credit hour. And those are fees that are exclusively designated for deferred maintenance of education and general buildings. That's all we can use those for. And we've collected approximately $1 million right on target there, which is what we budgeted. So we've met that budget, and those funds for this year, the board designated those to be used for Waterfield Library, as you remember. That was used on the HVAC replacement work at Waterfield, as well as a water intrusion project. So for the next fiscal year, we'll talk when we get to the budget in FY21 about the additional positive impact these revenues have on our budget. But I did want to point out that the financial statements you're looking at does include $1 million of asset preservation fees that have covered the cost of those projects at Waterfield. Then I want to touch on auxiliary services. As you well know, auxiliaries, we can't help but mention them because of the housing and dining credits we had to issue because of closing the residence halls. And that's significant for auxiliaries this year. In and of itself, the auxiliary units, they're comprised of the bookstore, the Sodexo contract, as well as our housing services. And what you're seeing on this financial statement is housing is the reason auxiliaries are down by about 1.7 million. They're not down by the whole amount of the credits because much of those credits had to do with the Sodexo contract. So those are more balance sheet items. But we are seeing a loss of 1.7 million compared to last year. We were on target to have about $1 million gain in auxiliaries this year that we could use on deferred maintenance and projects this summer, but unfortunately that's not in the cards. So I wanted to point out why there was that big change in auxiliary services. I think everyone probably knew what that was, but it's worth pointing out. We also, over the course of the year, we've talked a lot about the impact of J.H. Richmond. Even though J.H. Richmond's up, running's been going all year, it was a large impact to our financial statements last year. So when you look at comparative numbers, you see a fluctuation there. So I did want to point out a lot of those fluctuations in our capital lines and our receivable lines are due to the numbers of last year's impact for J.H. Richmond. Other than those factors, really, the institution's pretty much where we were last year. We were spending at the same rate, and when I say the same rate, I mean our salaries, our base salaries are on target with what our budget is. Our deferred maintenance is in target with where our budget is. So nothing out of the ordinary has occurred up until the pandemic set in, and what's occurred since then really it's those expected transactions. It's the utility bills, it's the insurance bills, it's salaries, fringe benefits. Those are on target and where we expect them to be. No surprises with that. And we are just in a mode of monitoring expenditures closely and reducing those to minimize that shortfall for FY20. So I'm not going to go into the statements unless there are specific questions. I'll be happy to answer them or address anything I maybe didn't cover.
Jackie, in the fluctuations in accounts receivable and capital assets, were those like positive cash flows? Is that because of the fluctuations, or were they cash flows the other way?
Yeah. Last year, they were negative cash flows. We were carrying a receivable because we didn't have all of our insurance funds for the payment of J.H. Richmond. Those are things we settled during the year. So as the financial statements were prepared last year for each quarter, and we compare those to this year, all those insurance proceeds have been received. We settled out on J.H. Richmond. And so it's the positive cash flow. Last year, we were carrying some receivables for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions for Jackie? She'll go into some greater detail when we have our finance committee presentation, but this time I would entertain a motion to approve the treasurer's report.
This is Trey Book, and I motion that we accept.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Melanie Schemberger, I second.
Okay. This will be a voice vote. All in favor of the approval of the treasurer's report will indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay. Thank you, Jackie. We will now go into our committee reports, starting with academic excellence and scholarly activities. Regents Schemberger.
Thank you, Chairman Rhodes. I now call to order the meeting of the Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activities Committee. Members include Regents Book, Gray, and Owens. We have 3 items that need to be approved by committee and then forwarded to the full board for approval. And then the other 3 items are for information and discussion. We're going to start first with the new degree program proposal. It is the Bachelor of Science in Respiratory Therapy. I'm going to be joined, and actually I'm going to turn much of this over to Provost Todd. We will take action after each one of these items that are up for action, and then we'll proceed with the board. Provost Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Mr. President. It's an honor to represent the academic side of the House. Thank you for that opportunity again. The first item, the new Bachelor of Science degree in Respiratory Therapy. I want to especially brag on Dean Byers and her team of faculty and staff. This is going to be a really, really good program, focused obviously on the healthcare in our region. Specifically, it is a direct link in supporting Madisonville Community College and West Kentucky Community and Technical College. So I wanted to also allow Dean Byers to say a few words on that. I think she is on, yeah, there she comes. Dean Byers, would you like to expand on that?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to provide you with just some additional information about the proposed Bachelor of Science in Respiratory Therapy program. As Provost Todd mentioned, in the spring of 2019, Madisonville Community College, in collaboration with Murray State University and West Kentucky Community and Technical College, received a USDA Health Service grant. The main purpose of the grant was to increase the number of registered respiratory therapists in Western Kentucky. And Murray State's role was to develop a Bachelor of Science respiratory therapy degree completion program. There is a documented need for an increase in registered respiratory therapists who are educationally prepared at the baccalaureate degree level. Recently, the American Association for Respiratory Care, the leading national and international professional association for respiratory care, revised its position statement on respiratory therapy education. And that position statement stated that registered respiratory therapists should be academically prepared at the baccalaureate level. In addition to the Professional Association's position statement about educational preparation, the accrediting body, which is called COARC, has also stated that registered respiratory therapists should be prepared at the baccalaureate level. The proposed BSRT program includes 32 hours of university studies credit, approximately 45 additional required respiratory therapy credit hours transferred from associate degree institutions, and the remaining credit hours will be offered online at Murray State University. The courses were developed based on the Commission on Accreditation for Respiratory Care accreditation standards for baccalaureate degree programs. Students will be admitted as a cohort and can complete the degree in as few as 3 semesters. This program was developed mainly as a part-time program, which allows students to continue to work while completing the degree. In summary, Madisonville Community College offers the only respiratory therapy program in Western Kentucky. Establishing a baccalaureate degree completion program with Murray State University makes respiratory care a more attractive allied health career pathway, supporting MSU's mission to place a high priority on student learning and blending the range of educational opportunities. The degree completion option is equally attractive to current employed respiratory therapists who are looking to advance their careers. By partnering with Madisonville Community College, Murray State University's BSRT program would be eligible to be included under Madisonville Community College's COARC accreditation. It would be the first of its kind in Kentucky and would be especially beneficial to Western Kentucky.
Thank you, Dean Byers. And Madam Chair, with that explanation and that rationale, I'm pleased to put forth to you and the Board of Regents that new program, a Bachelor of Science in Respiratory Therapy.
Committee members, are there any questions for either Provost Todd or Dean Byers? If there are no questions, do I hear a motion to approve the Bachelor of Science in Respiratory Therapy?
Trey Book, and I motion, or
do I hear a second?
And I second it.
Do I hear a second from the committee? Is somebody on the committee?
I think, did Don second it?
Did you?
I second it, but I'm not on the committee.
Oh,
Be a committee member.
Oh, okay. Virginia Gray, and I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the Bachelor of Science in Respiratory Therapy. All those in favor on the committee, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Chairman Rhodes, I bring to you a committee recommendation for the board to approve the Bachelor of Science in Respiratory Therapy.
Thank you, Regent Schimberger. Is there a second to Regent Schimberger's motion?
Lisa Rudolph, I second.
Thank you, Regent Rudolph. This will be a voice vote, a roll call vote, and at this time, Jill will call the roll.
Mr. Book?
yes.
Mr. Krigler?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Mr. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Schimberger?
Yes.
Dr. Tharp?
Melanie, I'm awake now. Yes.
Mr. Rhodes? Chair Rhodes, your vote?
Aye.
Motion carried.
We will continue with the second item on the committee's agenda, the Educational Specialist in Agricultural Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations, Dean Byers and your team. The second item, a new program, the EDS, Educational Specialist in Agricultural Education. I want to congratulate Dean Brannon and his team for continuing to plow the field, per se, and moving things into the future. Dean Brannon, as all of you know, is the senior dean, and up until last year, I was the second longest serving dean. So he called me Junior. So we have a strong relationship and a strong friendship. But Dean Brandon and his team have done a great job with this, working with Dean Whaley and the College of Education and Human Services. Dean Brandon is also online with us. I'd like to turn it over to him for a little commentary. Dean Brandon.
Sure. Thanks, Provost Todd. It's never good to call your superior junior, so trying to modify that as we go forward. I would like to thank everybody on this.
Tony, your video's off.
Okay, I can't see. I can't start it. So
okay.
I'm better when the video's not on. So we.
There we go.
All right, great. I want to give a thumbs up for everybody, and thanks on the Cabot Farm. A great accomplishment, a great day. And for this particular program, I want to express appreciation to Dr. Brian Parr, our assistant dean, for his leadership. This is part of our multiple entry, multiple exit, seamless education program in agriculture that now has a continuum of credentials from the Racer Academy as certificate through all the way through an associate, baccalaureate, master's, soon to be hopefully approved specialist, and our doctorate that is in conjunction with the College of Education and Human Services. So specific to this program, this is the one of very few programs of educational specialists in the nation, and the only one that we know of that will be online. It is popular among many secondary educators because some systems offer a pay step increase for a specialist degree. And the beauty of this is, again, it's seamless and it'll feed directly into our doctoral program. We have students lined up to go into this degree, and we'll have graduates very soon because of the seamless nature of this and the previous work that's gone into it. So it's a step in between degrees, and we look forward to implementing it and continuing to grow agriculture and plow ahead, Provost Todd.
Very good, Dean Brandon. Madam Chair, I would like to bring forth to you and the board the new degree, the Educational Specialist in Agricultural Education from the Hudson School of Agriculture and working with the College of Ed and Human Services.
Thank you, Provost Todd, and thank you, Dean Brandon. Committee members, do we have any questions or discussion? Or do we have a motion to approve the Educational Specialist in Agricultural Education?
Virginia Gray, so moved.
We have a motion to approve from Regent Gray. Is there a second?
Leon Owens, second.
And Regent Owens has seconded. All those, further discussion, anything to be mentioned? Okay, committee. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. Motion carries on the committee level. Chairman Rhodes, I'll bring to you for full board vote. Motion from the committee to accept the Educational Specialist Degree Program in Agricultural Education.
Thank you, Regent Schimberger. Is there a second to that motion?
Lisa Rudolph, I second.
Okay. There's a second, and this will be a roll call vote. Jill?
Mr. Book?
Yes.
Mr. Krigler?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Green? Ms. Green?
Yeah.
Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Mr. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Schimberger?
Yes.
Dr. Tharp?
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Brandon. The next item on the committee agenda is approval of the Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Awards. Provost Todd?
Yes, Madam Chair, and congratulations, Dean Brandon and your team. Thank you for all of your hard work. The third item, as the chair just indicated, is named after all of you, the Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Awards. As all of you know and continuously advocate, we have wonderful faculty on this campus. Regent Schimberger is certainly one of those, and she's also a cheerleader of all of the others in other disciplines. I thank her for all that she does. These in your agenda on your board book page, These individual faculty, we try to recognize faculty for lots of things, but every year since 1985, you as the Board of Regents have recognized teaching excellence in our faculty. So you'll see there on the page, I'm pleased to bring forth the 2020 recipients for the Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Awards.
Thank you, Provost Todd. I do want to publicly announce the names and their colleges because we did not get to celebrate these at the faculty awards banquet that we traditionally have at the end of the spring semester. Dr. Amanda Grossman represents the Teaching Excellence Award from the Bauernfein College of Business. Dr. Christina Grant is from the College of Education and Human Services. Dr. Carrie Jarrell is from the College of Humanities and Fine Arts. Dr. Mark Palisi is from the College of Humanities and Fine Arts. Some colleges have more than one, depending on FTE. Dr. Marcy Venter is from the Jesse Jones College of Science, Engineering, and Technology. Dr. David Wilbanks from the College of Science, Engineering, and Technology. Barbie Papajeski from the Hudson School of Agriculture, and Dr. Tanya Malo from the School of Nursing and Health Professions. Committee, do I hear a motion to accept these individuals as the 2020 recipients of the Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Awards?
This is Trey Book, and I motion that we accept them.
There is a motion to accept. Is there a second?
Virginia Gray, second.
Thank you, Regent Gray. We have a second. Any discussion? Okay. Committee, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Chairman Rhodes, I bring forward to you for board approval the nominees for the Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Awards.
Thank you, Regent Schimberger. Is there a second?
Lisa Rudolph, second.
Oh, thank you. This will be a voice vote. All in favor of the recommendation of the president to approve the above named faculty as Regents Teaching Excellence Award will indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? All opposed? And I want to, at this point, I'd like to commend Regent Schimberger for communicating regularly with the regents about the great accomplishments of our faculty. I read them very carefully, and I know all of you do. It brings great recognition to our university for such an outstanding faculty. And thank you, Regent Schimberger, for keeping us informed about the accomplishments of our faculty.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do want to congratulate the Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Award recipients. It's a great accomplishment, and I'm very proud of you. So congratulations. Moving on, the committee agenda, we have information item of academic administrative appointments. Provost Todd.
Yes, Madam Chair. On your fourth item, we have two chair appointments, outstanding faculty members that are going to be assuming roles in academic administration, including continuing as faculty, obviously. Dr. Sterling Wright in the Department of Biological Sciences and Dr. Robert Johnson in the Department of Chemistry. I'm pleased to bring forth those two appointments to you as information items. Also wanted to brag on Dr. Kevin Revelle. He has served as chair since 18 and 19. Dr. Revelle is going to be returning to a 9-month faculty position in the department, and he has done an outstanding job and does outstanding work in research, teaching, and service. So with that said, I believe that is an information item.
Correct. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we're going to move on. The next item is, again, information item of the fall 2020 academic calendar.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. As the President said in his comments earlier, I'm very proud of the shared governance approach that academic administration, along with faculty, staff, and students, participated in. A lot of discussion went forth into trying to choreograph with CDC guidelines and Governor Beshear and state of Kentucky return to work guidelines and how to be healthy and all of those kind of guidelines. I'm proud to bring forth to you that academic calendar that you see. It is an abbreviated calendar. We're going to do things perhaps a little bit faster than normal, but we've we've taken into consideration, I think, in a very thorough way, virtually everything that we could that's in our control, since so much is really out of our control. That includes SACs and the Commission on Colleges and contact hours and all of those kind of things. The addition of that holiday term, as President Jackson said, I wanted to specifically point that out. That's going to be a benefit to students to get ahead, if you will, if they chose to take another class in that kind of term. It's also going to be a benefit to faculty to offer a class, and just candidly, it's an opportunity for faculty extra compensation in doing that, as long as the classes make, as you know. So that's one of the unique things that I think makes our calendar for the fall particularly unique when you look across the country and in the Commonwealth of some others. So I'm very proud to put that forth. Regent Book, I wanted to single out Molly Logsdon. She's your representative on that Academic Restart team, and Molly has done an exceptional job. She has vocally participated in every one of our meetings, and she's done so with grace and professionalism, and she's done a great job. So I just wanted to single her out. I doubt if she's watching this, but I wanted you to know, Regent Book, that your representative has done a great job.
Well, thank you for that. Molly is a great student. She's a great representative. She's actually going to serve on SGA next year as well as vice president. So I'm glad to hear she's doing a great job.
Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair, that's the presentation, a brief presentation of that.
Any questions or comments regarding the academic calendar for fall 2020?
Yes, I had one question real quick. For the holiday session, how soon will students be able to know what classes are being offered?
Right, very good question. We're the Academic Restart team, but specifically the Provost's office, Dr. Purvine and Dean Ireland, and the deans. We're working on that now. We're going to get that information out long before the fall semester starts, and we realize we're already in the end of the first week of June. So that's going forward. What that will involve is actually a call to faculty to participate in the courses, and then the publication through Sean Tooney's shop and his excellent work and his team of getting that word out so students know. But they won't necessarily have to register for that term as soon as the middle of August. There's going to be wiggle room going into the fall to pick up a course.
All right. Thank you very much.
And just out of curiosity, how many students does it take for a class to make online?
That's also a very good question, Regent Rudolph. The rule of thumb for winter terms, for summer terms, and this holiday term is going to be in that realm too. Faculty compensation for those kind of terms basically rotate around a stipend of $2,500. If what that means is about $250 per student to get to the 25, it gives you 10 students. So the rule of thumb that we have historically used is 10 students really is what makes. If we have less than 10 students, say we have 8 students, then the faculty member is notified, and if they want to teach it at a reduced record, so it would be $250 times 8 instead of times 10. So it would be, $500 less than 25. So they could teach it for $2,000. So that's the kind of negotiation that we do, and we've done that for several years, and we find that it works fairly well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the academic calendar for fall? Okay. Moving on to the last item on the committee agenda, a discussion of the online initiatives update.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. The couple of 3 things here on this update. I'm glad Dean Ireland and Dr. Purvine are also here in the meeting. We wanted to let everybody know that we're at an all-time high for online courses for this summer. This increase is going to lead to a more strategic focus going forward, because we not only have to have more online classes, we have to have more online programs. So there's a real key with that, and we're already, the deans and the chairs and in this office are already talking through some of those things, and we're going to be we're going to be unveiling that in another call, if you will, as we progress. The online marketing of the academic partnerships graduate programs began last week, May 28th. And those again are the Master of Science in Business, the Master of Business Administration, the Master of Science in Cybersecurity, the Master of Public Administration, the Master of Science in Information Systems with a concentration in Business Analytics, and the Master of Science in Mass Communications with a concentration in Public Relations. So the marketing of those programs across the nation started just a few days ago, and we're looking forward to creating revenue streams with those programs, just to be quite candid with you. And that, wanted to give you a quick update on that. The final bullet there, the Academic Affairs has recommended Dean Ashley Ireland to be transitioned here to the Provost's office as Interim Assistant Provost and Director of Online Programs. Ashley has done a terrific job in everything leading up to the academic partnerships unveiling. She's been working on this for more than a year. She just has done a great job, and she's online with us now, and wanted to just defer to her for a few comments. Ashley.
Thank you. As a Murray State graduate and as a faculty member for over 13 years, I'm honored to work with this team towards this specific goal. I've been, as you said, the project lead for our collaboration with academic partnerships. And in that time, I've learned about our opportunities, our challenges, and so much about how we get potential students admitted and enrolled and educated with Murray State's signature quality within an online program. The project implementation team, which includes individuals from information systems, graduate recruitment and admissions, the registrar and the bursar, and many others, worked creatively and diligently in getting Murray State's processes and procedures where we need them to make this collaboration ready for go live. In moving forward in this role, I know that along with the Faculty Development Center and the Online Champions, as well as working with faculty, deans, and chairs, we can enhance our online offerings where appropriate and reach more students where they are. I want to thank you all for this opportunity. I'm honored.
Thank you, Dean Ireland. And Madam Chair, as you obviously know, you're one of those champions, so we appreciate your leadership in that capacity as well, along with other faculty across all colleges and schools.
Chair, may I say one thing, please?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Purvine, Provost Todd, Dean Ireland have done a wonderful job in this area, and I really appreciate their work. And they've done it quickly and aggressively. And we talked just a few days ago in regard to some of the new initiatives going forward. I want to thank them for that. And Dean Ireland, would you mind just giving a 30-second to a minute overview in regard to some of the initiatives you're looking at going forward with the provost and associate provost for accreditations and some of the faculty focus items that will enhance the institution and enhance these programs?
Sure. We know that we need to take a close look at the courses that we have available in our university studies curriculum that are available to be offered high quality online. We also are working with our online champions and then others who are interested in obtaining some quality matters or other appropriate professional development certificates to make sure that our online offerings are not only just available, but have an eye to quality as well. So again, with a great team, I think we can work towards these goals.
Madam Chair, as Dean Ireland said, those quality matters and the quality assurance, the QA Commons, there's several initiatives actually occurring at the CPE level, and they're really focused on workforce ready. So you can get programs that become certified and become workforce ready that will appeal to students, it will appeal to families, it will appeal to employers, and frankly, it will appeal to the legislature. So a lot of that is a focus on what we're doing as we go forward, which is it is a mark of quality. So there's a lot of conscious effort that Dean Ireland, Dr. Purvine, and others are putting forth. As you know, the online champions as well.
Thank you, Provost Todd, and thank you, Dean Ireland. I really I appreciate your rising to the call and serving and guiding us through, I think, what's going to be some wonderful roads ahead for us to travel. I'm looking forward to working with you on this journey. I think online learning has so many promises, and many people have been reading about the challenges that online education can bring. Unfortunately, I feel like what we experienced last semester, people are equating that to online education. And I'm really sensitive to that as an educator, as a budding instructional designer, because really what everyone in the nation went through last semester, especially the second half, that is not indicative of what true online education is. We were in emergency mode. We were in remote teaching. Those are some big differences. And I'm really sensitive to that. So I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of educate on how really with online education, I really want people to see this as an opportunity. This is exciting. So exciting to the point where next week, we've got about 70 faculty signed up for a course design challenge that throughout the next 5 weeks, they're going to learn how to put together just one module in a fall semester course. One module can last anywhere between a week to 2 weeks. It takes time, lots of time. It's all rooted in instructional design principles, which also are rooted in educational behavior theory. So they're going to learn the best practices that are that stem from quality matters, that stem from education science. So it takes a lot of effort to put together an online class. And I think the faculty who are signed up, some of them have gone through a similar process before. Dr. Firm Faith Watson and I are co-facilitating this challenge starting Monday, and I am so excited about this. And I think we're going to see some really good things coming from online education. So I thank Provost Todd, I thank President Jackson and Dr. Purvine and Dean Ireland for really helping us to plant these seeds now, because they're just going to grow really well. I know many other faculty and even many students, online might not be for everybody, but when it's done well, it will succeed. And in all honesty, I have some course evaluations to prove that. Students do notice when an online course is put together well. And these 70 faculty whose names I'm seeing in this spreadsheet, we're going to get there. And I'm really hopeful about all the journeys we're going to take with online education. Trey Book?
Yes, Dr. Schönberg, if I could real quick, I think we talked about it at the last board meeting, but the amount of students that we had that converted to the pass-fail option was, I don't know what it was, Provost Todd, Dr. Jackson, about 10% of our students or so. And we were talking about before, whenever we were first transitioning to this new model, that a lot of students were very, very worried about going online. And there was a lot of students that were just very worried. But then once it actually happened, once we transitioned and once students got into this new online model, I think a lot of students were like, okay, this really isn't, that bad. At least for me, I actually preferred that over actually going to class every day. Because I could make a schedule around it and everything. And while there were some complaints, not everything is perfect. This did, I think it was, I think all in all, I think it was very good. It speaks to our students and also, as you were saying, our professors as well. I think everyone handled it the best way that we could. And I agree that this experience kind of it helped push us along in the right direction, I think, as the rest of the world and everything is moving as well to a more online format and to more technology in the classroom. So,
thank you. Yes, I appreciate that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
As we conclude, just just 15 more seconds, I wanted to to end my part of the Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activity report in thanking Chair Kemp on his leadership and all that he has done for decades for Murray State. And even though he's no longer part of the board, he's going to be obviously a continuing supporter and do a lot of things for Murray State. I just wanted to, from my perspective personally, to thank him and what he has done. I also wanted to thank Regent Book. Regent Book has been an outstanding student body president and student regent. I had the honor in 1986 to also be a student regent, and I'm here to tell you that Regent Book has done a much better job than I did. So, Regent Book, we're going to miss you. We're going to stay in touch.
Well, thank you very much. I don't think that's true. I wasn't there in 1986, but knowing you now, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I do want to conclude my committee activity. I've enjoyed chairing this committee in my first year as faculty regent. It really speaks to what I do day in and day out. I love education. I love being in the classroom, whether it be virtual or in person, but I love the opportunity to teach. And I think that is really what we're all about, is just making sure that we all learn something new each day. I do want to thank the committee members, Trey Book, Virginia Gray, and Leon Owens, and of course, when our former chair, Dan Kemp, also was a member of this committee. Thank you all so much for a wonderful, fantastic year of service on the Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activities Committee, and I look forward to seeing what the next 2 years bring during my tenure as faculty regent. Chairman Rhodes, I now turn it over to you.
Thank you, Regent Schimberger, and we will certainly have plenty of additional opportunity for you in the year ahead. At this time, we will have the Athletics Committee. Chairman Krigler has indicated to me that he does not have a formal report, but does have some comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Chairman Rhodes. Yeah, I just wanted to, for information only, give some information that I think the board would be happy to hear. And that's like to announce that this spring semester 2020, the athletic department posted the highest grade point average that the athletic department has posted since they've been recording these numbers. The athletic department actually put up a GPA of 3.32 this last semester. And I believe for the first time also, there's another record, which was that every one of our 15 intercollegiate athletic teams posted a blended GPA of at least 3.0. So every single team averaged at least 3.0. So very proud of what they're doing. The under the leadership of Kevin Soll, the athletic department, the coaches, the administrators, the staff all pivoted to be, academic advisors, kind of like we did with the student body at large. And they were calling those student athletes on a regular basis throughout this time and making sure they were on top of their academics and so forth. I've spoken with many of the head coaches who did those, who did a lot of those calls, and we're very happy with the outcome. Lest you think this was just an anomaly in spring of 2020, this also marked the 32nd consecutive semester where our athletic department had a GPA of at least 3.0. And so I think we continue to strive for these folks to be competitive on the field of play, but also be very competitive in the classroom and really go to the true ideal of a student athlete. And so very proud of the accomplishments of the athletic department. I'd like to thank everyone involved, coaches, staff, administrators, for all the hard work that may have not been on their job description. They probably weren't planning on a pandemic, but like everyone else at the university, really pivoted and have tried to make the best of it and put the students first. I would also like to thank some of the leadership in the athletic department. that we have started a Racer Gives campaign that pays scholarships, that helps scholarships during this time. Coach Matt McMahon and Athletic Director Kevin Saul both made personal contributions of $10,000 each. They followed the leadership of Dr. Jackson, who also made a personal donation to that fund of $10,000. I mentioned those only because they were substantial gifts and they're public. There's a number of other folks in sports administration, coaches, and across the university that have been very generous for that campaign. And so I'd like to thank Dr. Jackson, Coach McMahon, and Athletic Director Saul for establishing leadership and really the athletic department as well, all pursuing kind of the ideals of the university and what we're trying to do in athletics and beyond. So thank you, Chairman Rhodes. I appreciate the indulgence in letting me speak on behalf of the Athletics Committee.
Thank you, Regent Krigler. And that's totally in conformity with the comments that Kevin Saul made when he was brought on board, that he was going to elevate academics at the same level as athletic competition, and he's certainly done that. We're going to take a 10-minute break at this time. We'll reconvene then at about 20 after 10. Thank you. Jill, can you hear me? I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Chair Rhodes,
Yes, sir.
when you start back, I want to say one thing that Regent Krigler reminded me that I think the board would appreciate hearing.
Okay, sure.
Just you let me know when you're ready.
Got you. We're ready to go. Is everybody on board, Jill? We can kind of take a roll.
We're still waiting on Lisa to come back. And I think that's the only region we're missing.
Can you see everybody, Jill?
Lisa's not back.
Okay, all right.
Jill, your sound is garbled. So
yeah, Jill, your audio is garbled.
We may need some. Yeah.
Different.
Chair Rhodes, if I could, well, maybe somebody can look at Jill's.
Sure.
Regent Krigler touched on Racers Give, and I had that on my notes, and I moved over it and failed to see it on the president's report. But the Racers Give campaign, of course, as you all know, in November and December and January, more than $200,000 was raised for this fall for need-based recruiting and retention scholarships. Tina Burnett and Christian Barnes and the entire team in the Office of Development headed up that initiative, of course, and did a very good job. We did a Racers Give 2 once the pandemic hit in order to shore up again need-based scholarships for recruiting and retention. So more than $400,000 has been set aside for this fall. First time ever this has been done to help those in need for recruiting and retention purposes just for this fall. And as Chair Krigler said, and I wanted him to make that announcement, I want to thank everyone. I called several people, and several of our, many of our alumni, administrators, faculty, staff, alumni all over the world made contributions, including many of you all here. And I won't point those out. Gifts are confidential unless they're made public. And but I just want to tell you, I appreciate it very much. We helped a lot of students. It will help in recruiting and retention efforts, and it just really made a tremendous difference. And the Office of Development and all those involved did a fantastic job. And Chair Krigler, thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's even more timely and critical with the pandemic, where a lot of families are suffering financial hardship, loss of jobs, loss of income. So I think this is even more timely than it was before when we initiated this. I also want to remind our board members that the kickoff for this was the forbearance of the inauguration expense that President Jackson graciously offered, and that kicked it off and set a good tone. And we're going to continue augmenting that fund, and I think that we'll probably even exceed our expectations. Audit and compliance. I don't think we have a formal report. Regent Tharp, do you have any comments to make on audit and compliance?
The issues under the audit and compliance are in the consent agenda that you'll see. So
Okay,
there are no
good.
action items.
Great. Thank you, Regent Tharp. We'll move on now to Building and Grounds, Regent Schooley.
Thank you, Chair Rhodes. I will call the Building and Grounds Committee to order, and members are Trey Brook, Leon Owens, Don Thorpe, and myself. We only have one item to discuss today, and that's capital project update. And I'd like to turn it over to Jackie Dudley and Jason Youngblood.
You, Regent Schooley. We have got a lot of projects going on this campus. Maybe not a lot of people on campus right now, but there's a lot of contractors and a lot of facilities folks. So Jason and his crew is working extremely hard to get projects done over the summer. So he's prepared a presentation to go over those and answer questions. So Jason, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Dudley, and members of the board. Thank you for the time this morning to present an update on capital projects. I'm on page 136 of your board book and following. There's several pictures there for you to see just some of the areas where we have activity going on. The first slide includes Blackburn Science Building. Blackburn is a building we've been talking about for a long time to be under renovation. We have had to change our consultants. With our new consultant now, we have our 95% review set in hand and are starting to review the design documents. They've also provided us the cost opinion of the renovations that are being proposed, which is going to create some issues that we're going to have to work around and create with some creative ideas on how to renovate the building and continue to move forward with this project. But we anticipate trying to get something started this summer, hopefully, if all goes well. The biology building is another one that's been on our agenda for a long time. We do have the contractor on the ground. They got started about a month and a half ago in the building. We anticipate them having the first floor completed before the fall semester begins. So that's well underway and on schedule at this point. The Doyle Fine Arts Building, we've got a major exterior cleaning and painting project going on. That is scheduled to be completed late August, early September. We also have a safety and security project going on at the Doyle Fine Arts Building. We've just recently received proposals and are getting the contractor started just as soon as we can on that one. The Sparks Hall entrances has been under renovation for a while, since this past spring. I'm sorry, last fall. Well, this is spring. That project is wrapping up now. All the concrete work is done. The entrances are complete. Railings are complete. We lack just a few finishing touches on the exterior doors. But they will be cleaning up the site once the roof project is completed. We have the Kerr Center boilers is one of our projects that we're working on presently. Since we came off of heating season and these boilers started up, we started having more issues. So it kind of expedited that project, and we anticipate having that project complete by heating season this fall. Those boilers also serve the hot water to the buildings. So right now we're running on limited hot water, but because our dining services are essentially shut down, we're not seeing great impacts at this moment. We do have some temporary boilers scheduled to come in to hook up to make sure we're ready to have plenty of hot water starting in August until we can get these new boilers finished and completed. Several roof replacement projects going on campus. Carr Hall building, we had 2 roof refurbishments done back in April that were scheduled to be done. Sparks Hall is in process now of getting a new roof. Alexander Hall will be next on the list. We anticipate having Sparks done or scheduled to be done prior to mid-July. So about another month left on it. And Alexander Hall will start here soon and be completed before the fall semester begins in August. Also, we've got the Kerr Center Tea Room, several dining projects underway. The tea room was scheduled to be completed in August. We've had a few delays, but we're trying to keep that one on track as best we can. The Starbucks project was finished over spring break and was ready to occupy. And I mean, we were geared up, ready to open that facility right when the pandemic hit and we had to shut everything down. But that facility will be ready to open as well in the fall. There's some other projects we're working on campus. Waterfield Library, there's a makerspace project that will be starting here in July. the Carr Hall Plaza out front of Carr Hall building and part of the naming of the building. Some renovations plan to be done there. The Stewart Stadium Rifle Range has a locker room project we'll be working on this summer. And we are constructing a new equine shelter at the West Farm. This was a replacement structure from one we demolished several years ago. So this is the new structure coming back in its place, just as a shelter for the equine out there. Any questions so far on the capital projects and our other projects going on campus?
Yes, sorry, I actually have a quick question. A few quick questions. When did you say the tea room? When did you say that was going to be completed? An estimate? Did you say August?
The original schedule was to be completed August 1st with startup and gear up for the fall, but due to some delays we're having now, that's going to be likely pushed back a little bit.
Okay.
Trey, this is Jackie. We've actually had a bid protest on that project, and so we've had to stop work on it for just a bit while that's going on. So our hope is still to have it ready for August, but that's occurred. So.
Gotcha. And then where are we in the process of the redesign of the whole Kerr Center? I know we had that initial meeting back. I don't remember when that was, but where are we in that process now?
So right now we are on hold until July because there is no funding available until July unless we front some funding. Our anticipation was to get our consultants in here that we have selected to start meeting. And one of the first things they need to do is meet with student groups to talk about what they desired to have. And since we've had the shutdown and no students on campus and trying to coordinate those meetings, we've just had several delays with getting groups together to discuss what we want to see in the Kerr Center. I anticipate possibly getting those started this summer, remote, possibly through Zoom like we're doing now, or something of that nature. But a lot of things just kind of had to take a back seat due to several things we're dealing with, and that was just one that kind of got pushed off a little bit. But it's still out there. We still anticipate moving forward with it. It's just not going to be on the timeline we'd originally discussed.
Okay, great. Thank you. If you need help getting student groups or anything together, myself or the new SGA President Warren can help you with that as well. So just let us know if you need what you need.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Youngblood, thanks for this report. I would like to commend Dr. Jackson and Jackie and everybody on the MSU team for keeping these projects moving forward. As all of you know, what most institutions do when the money gets tight, they put these projects on the back burner, or they say we'll have to stop these projects until we can find some additional funds. So I appreciate your finding the funds to keep these projects going. As we know, this is the future of Murray State University. This drives enrollment and the overall look of the campus. I know it's hard to find money in these times, very difficult, and these are very expensive projects that you have going. But I think you guys are doing an excellent job of keeping the ball moving down the court, and go Racers.
Thank you very much, Regent Tharp. Appreciate those comments.
I
would go ahead.
I want to add one thing in regard. If you're in Murray and you're able, as many of you are, of course, and drive around the Fine Arts Building, the Price Doyle Fine Arts Building. I think I was a student, and Lisa and Jackie and Jill and many others the last time it was painted. So we're really proud we're going to get some paint on that building, but also we're also very proud that we're going to put Price Doyle's name on that building. So Jason and his team have done a very good job in how we're going to outline that building going forward for the look and design of campus, and for, as Dr. Tharp said, recruiting, retention of students. It had gotten the outside appearance in bad shape. So Jason, we appreciate you all addressing all that.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was something that is much needed for sure.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question regarding the makerspace in the library. Where in the library is that going to be
Yeah, that space is in the lower level where the old Copy Express area used to be.
Thank you.
Yep. That's the southeast corner of the lower level. I would like to take just a moment to highlight SSC. SSC is our outsourcing company that we have brought on board for our custodial and ground services. They officially started April the 10th. I'm sorry, April the 13th on our campus. And obviously amongst this pandemic, it made their start very unique to them and to us and everybody. But we're so grateful to have them here to support the cleaning efforts and the grounds maintenance needs. You know, obviously this was not the startup that any of us planned for them, even for SSC. They've struggled to get personnel hired, not because they can't find people, but just getting the background checks completed with state offices closed. It just takes forever to get background checks completed. So that really delays getting people hired. Some of them find other jobs, a lot of people looking for jobs, but they have been able to bring on board many employees and are continuing to bring people on to staff up and get us geared up, ready for the fall opening. Among their startup, they've had a lot of new equipment brought in, new custodial equipment and grounds equipment. They've continued working on summer cleaning efforts in our residence halls, getting them ready. Deep cleans done, doing floor scrubbing. You'll see some photos of where we cleaned the sports medicine area at the CFSB Center, which made a drastic change there. And even Kevin Saul wrote an appreciation letter to SSC, thanking them for the efforts that they put in there. Made a drastic change to that area and also got it ready to be sanitized better as we move forward with our student athletes. Lots of new equipment. You'll see pictures of the equipment that's coming and here. One thing I wanted to highlight is the electric mowers, electric trimmers, electric blowers. We're getting quite a bit of that material in with the two, what they call mean green machines. There are two big electric mowers that'll be dedicated for our quad area and our pedestrian mall, central campus area. They're going to put a focus on electric mowing and trimming in that area to reduce the noise pollution. Those two mowers are scheduled to arrive Monday. So we'll try to get Dr. Jackson on one of them and get him spinning around the quad and get his picture or something like that and share it out to everybody. But we're excited to have that here. I know that's a big improvement for our campus. It's something SSC is pushing for as well, to go green. And it's just exciting times. A lot of new changes for good things, but it's in a different environment. But we are gearing up and being ready as much as we can to have our facilities ready for opening in August. And that completes my report, unless there's any other questions.
I actually have one more quick question. Much like Sodexo did whenever they came in and advertised to students, do you know if SSC is going to do any sort of going around to student groups or advertising to students about the new opportunities that are available to them?
Yes. In fact, I talked to them this week about hiring some students. They, the student workers on campus is very limited right now. Even students to pull from is very limited for them, but they're starting to reach out to students to hire students for help and support in their group. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason and Jackie. Chair Rhodes, that concludes our report.
Thank you, Regent Schooley. Very good report. Lots of things going on, and campus is looking great. We're moving on now to enrollment management and student success. Regent Rudolph.
Actually, I will be doing
Regent Book, excuse me.
Yes. So it's my pleasure to now call to order the Enrollment Management and Student Success Committee, co-chaired by Regent Lisa Rudolph and myself. Other committee members are Regents Virginia Gray, Sharon Green, and Dr. Melanie Schimberger. We have 2 items on the agenda today that are for information, or no, one's for information only, I believe. The other requires action, I believe. But the first one is the final spring 2020 enrollment, summer and fall 2020 enrollment and retention reports. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Robertson to lead us and take us through the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Regent Book, and thank you also, Regent Rudolph, and thank you for your support in our, and all of you for your support in our enrollment and our recruitment efforts. Really, before I start my report, I want to, first of all, I do want to thank Regent Book for his, for the outstanding job he's done as the student regent. But I think equally importantly, I want to thank him for the outstanding job he's done as a student leader on our campus, not only in student government and interfraternity council. He's made significant contributions to campus life. He has certainly enhanced our services for our students. I've indicated many times that I consider the Vice President of Student Affairs the best job on campus, and one of the reasons is the ability to work with outstanding student leaders like Trey. So I want to thank you for all the many contributions you've made during your time at Murray State and will continue to make as you finish your undergraduate and go into your graduate career. So thank you for that. Also with me will be, of course, Dr. Renee Pfister, who will add to my report. And I also asked Sean Smee, our Director of Undergraduate Recruitment, to join us also, particularly when we talk about the summer orientation and how that process is proceeding. But first, we do have several enrollment reports that I want to go over with you. These reflect the hard work of a lot of individuals. It reflects the hard work of a lot of units on this campus, a lot of cooperation. And as we've worked to recruit our fall 20 class and our summer school class and our retention efforts. But if you go to first on page 146, is the spring 2020 enrollment final census report. And you can see that we did have an increase in head count of about 1%, and a total, but total hours were down a little bit. But undergraduate head count was 0.1% down. Graduate head count was up almost 6%. And our dual credit was up about 9%. And also, I think it's significant to say that for the spring, our international enrollment was up. So those are just the final numbers that were reported to the CPE.
I guess this may be a question for Dr. Pfister, but for the total credit hours that we see a percent change from, is there a specific group or demographic of students, like the freshmen, sophomore? Where are we seeing that change in mainly?
Mainly in Regent Book and continuing students. So it's those who continue. We have a relatively same retention rate from fall to spring, but it's if we disaggregate with that, it's some of our upper level students. So the more that you could do to encourage that, that would be great.
Any other questions on the spring numbers? Okay, the next report reflects summer 20 registration. And this has been mentioned already by several others. This is a positive report. As you see, the head count is up almost 13%. Total credit hours are up almost 22%. We're up both in undergraduate and graduate head counts. So we feel really good where we are with our summer numbers. The international numbers are reflecting positively also, but that's one reason is it's reflecting one of our Shandong University cohorts of students taking Murray State classes being taught by Murray State professors. But these are online classes over at Shandong.
Dr. Robertson, if I could also add, when you look at the credit hours, Regents, you may see that as very large and expect an increase for summer revenue. So to be clear, 9% of those credit hours are Shandong students. And I'm trying to provide information so when Jackie Dudley provides a report later, and Dr. Robertson and I had already previously talked about that I would make sure you're aware of that and that funding is in a different vein, if you will. Thank you.
Dr. Pfister, could you repeat what percentage did you say of that was the
9%
of the total credit hours?
Yes, Regent. Yes, Regent Rudolph. Mm-hmm.
And also, Dr. Robertson, didn't you say that some part of the results of these increased numbers are the increased offerings that we have during the summer? We are offering many more classes, many more courses, much more of a choice.
Yes, and Dr. Provost Todd may want to comment on that, but I think we are offering a total of 450 classes or around that number of classes, and that's significantly more than we've offered in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. The faculty stepped up.
Yes.
And I also want to commend Sean Tooney in marketing and branding, because we really had a very, and continue to have a very aggressive marketing program, not only for the fall, but we really had a specific strategy for this summer. And I think that's another factor in seeing these increased numbers. Okay, any other questions in terms of summer? Okay, so then the next report reflects the fall 20 preliminary registrations as of pre-week 12. And this report shows that we're running ahead a little bit, almost flat, but a little increase in total head count. At the same time, a little decrease in total credit hours. The undergraduate head count at this point is a little less than 3% down, but the graduate head count is up significantly, almost 22%. This also reflects at this point that we have more of our first-time freshmen enrolled right now than we had last year at this same time for the fall. The soft spot in one of our soft spots right now, of course, for fall is in our international numbers. There's a lot of challenges internationally right now, one of which is the embassies aren't open to issue visas. So we recognize that, and we built our budget on anticipating a 25% decline in international enrollment over last year. But right now we're only down 16%, so we're doing better than we have budgeted for, and we'll continue to work on that. And there's several unknowns, and that could enhance, hopefully we can have new international students, but a lot of that's going to depend on what happens in the embassies in terms of visas. I will add, we were on target, and we have the interest in the applications are very solid. It's just a matter of many of these students being able to get a visa to come to the United States.
Dr. Robertson, I have a question, whether it be for you or Dr. Pfister. The graduate headcount, that's a nice increase. And I know that Matthew in the graduate admissions office has done a wonderful job. I'm always seeing on social media all the trips that, whether he's taking or someone in that office is taking to recruit graduate students. Is this also attributed to academic partnerships, or, what are some of the factors leading to the rise?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question. And certainly the hard work of Matt Jones cannot go underestimated. He has done an outstanding job. And he has, and as well as the graduate coordinators in all the academic areas, and they have been very aggressive in their recruitment efforts. These numbers at this point do not reflect the academic partnerships. And so that's even going to add to these numbers as those individuals, as those students are recruited and as they enroll for classes. So as solid as these numbers are looking, it's even going to be better with the academic partnerships when those numbers start coming in. Dr. Todd, would you want to comment on the graduate numbers at all?
Perhaps Dr. Purvine. I think Bob.
Dr. Purvine, I'm sorry, yes.
I think he's still on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I was lurking. Yeah, that Regent Schemberger, that's correct. Our AP numbers are not included in this. The increase that we're seeing right now on graduate is all due to the good hard work of Matt Jones and the graduate coordinators in the various programs across campus. The last day to enroll for one of the AP programs, I believe, is August 6th. And so as we get close to August, we'll begin to see what the impact of the AP program is on our enrollments. Earlier this week, I had a conversation with one of our AP partners, and although it was very, very preliminary, she was quite positive with the signs they were seeing early on into the marketing of the eCampus AP programs.
Thank you.
Any other questions concerning the fall preliminary registration numbers? Okay. The next slide provides information about the fall as we're looking at our freshmen, first-time freshmen, first-time transfer numbers. And again, as you look at this chart, you'll see that you'll see a lot of positive numbers. Again, reflecting a lot of hard work from a lot of individuals, in particular, Director Sean Smee and his staff. But the applications are up, the admitted numbers are up almost 18%. The freshmen admitted in our 18 counties are up. A little down in the other Kentucky counties. Importantly, as you look at indicators of who will actually enroll in the fall, you'll see that our freshman numbers and transfer numbers are up for summer orientation in terms of the students that have registered and are participating. The housing numbers, the individuals indicating desire that they're going to live on campus of new students, up a little over 8%. You see we are down in campus visits, but of course, as you know, the campus is closed. And so obviously those visits will be down. But of course, as we talked and mentioned at the last meeting, and I think Regent Rudolph shared this with all of you, we have our virtual tour is up and it is being heavily utilized. So we're very optimistic and feel good about where we are for fall. Of course, this is June. It's 2 months until August 17th. Many of these students we know have applied to more than one school. They've been admitted to more than one school. And in many cases, they've signed up for more than one summer orientation. So that's where we have a very, very, very aggressive yield communication plan. You've heard about this before, but we leave no stone unturned. You can't over communicate, so we're in constant contact with these students. We're taking nothing for granted. We want to stay working with those students aggressively until August when classes start. But we've positioned ourselves very well right now, and we feel good where we're at. Any questions about those preliminary numbers?
Dr. Robertson, maybe this is Dr. Pfister, on the housing that's, well, first of all, just to Sean Smee and his group, great job continuing to recruit during this difficult period. On the housing for new students, that it's up 8%, is that applications? Is that deposits? Could you just clarify what that is, please?
Yes, it would be applications and deposits. As part of the application process, you have to also turn in your housing deposit.
Okay.
And I want to say also, and thank you, Regent Grigler, for, again, pointing out the good work of Sean and his staff. Not everyone in Kentucky is seeing these numbers. And so you could say we're kind of bucking the trends. And that's, again, that reflects a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I think his whole team should be commended for their work through this, getting the online tours up. I think they were also involved with the summer orientation, getting that virtual as well. So all that work is greatly appreciated.
Dr. Robertson?
Yes, sir.
How have we communicated the availability of the need-based scholarships that we touched on a little bit earlier? How has the word gotten out on that?
Okay, and Sean Tooney, you may want to add to this, because that has been a major, one of our major focuses as we've been recruiting, and also in terms of our yield process. But it's been a combination of, it's been aggressive marketing through social media, through print material that's been sent to students and parents, through newsletters. It's been part of the phone calls that we've been making, particularly not only to new students, but as we're calling our current students, our students that were here in the spring that we're working with to make sure they're registering for fall. As we find out that there are financial concerns, we're making sure they're aware of the need-based aid that we have. Aggressively, the CARES money, to Wendy Kane and her office's credit, they really promoted that so students would know to apply for it. So again, it's just through multiple and aggressive marketing and various ways of being in touch with these students and their parents. Sean Tooney, would you like to add to that? Because again, much of that good work is reflective of his staff.
Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Robertson. I'm honored to work with a great team on the marketing side. And, really everything that Dr. Robertson mentioned, it's been at the forefront of our yield meetings for weeks now. The Racers Give, and, really a tip of the cap to Wendy Kane and her team. A lot of those are, as Don mentioned, conversations by phone and reaching out to parents and students. And we've all collaboratively used social media and print and the Blue and Gold magazine, using the spring alumni magazine and sending that to an expanded distribution, and highlighting the Racers Give campaign, I think has helped, in addition to all the collaborations that Dr. Robertson shared. So that one has very much been a team effort. It's very much a front burner item and a need that many families have. And I think collectively we've really tried our best to communicate that in a personal way to help as many as we can.
Thank you.
Chair Rhodes, that has been a significant, having that need-based aid has been very, very significant. And I want to commend Dr. Jackson, because he has not only in the fundraising, but has looked high and low to find additional dollars, and all of it coming from his own personal office budgets to be able to provide additional need-based scholarships and aid for students.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson.
Any other questions about the fall preliminary numbers?
I don't have any questions, but I'd just like to say these numbers are phenomenal. I'm amazed each time. In this climate, as we discussed yesterday, a couple of the numbers you said, well, they're flat. In this climate, I'll take a few flat, especially with these increases. This is phenomenal. And Dr. Robertson, you have done a tremendous job. Now, granted, you've got a tremendous team too, but you provide the inspiration. And I'm just in awe over it. And Renee, I am always amazed at your analytical ability. Your contribution can't be measured to these numbers, making these numbers work. And Sean, your team, you've inspired your team, and I've met your team, and I know they inspire you also. So the marketing, it's fabulous. Sean Tooney, you're to be commended. The marketing is outstanding. And Peggy Whaley, I mean, we're going to talk about the recapture campaign and the numbers there. Provost Todd, Maria Rosa, Matt Jones. It just spans the entire campus. It's such a fun committee to chair because it touches every corner of campus, and our students are our number one asset, and the recruitment retention efforts have been just off the charts. But you don't stop there. The student success and engagement when they're on campus, you're second to none. This committee is fabulous. You are all to be commended.
Thank you very much. And it does reflect, as I said, a lot of hard work from these individuals. And certainly, as I've said many times, and I'll continue to say it, we cannot do this work. I could not do this work without the significant contributions of Dr. Pfister and everyone else, but she really provides the information that allows us to make informed decisions as opposed to just hoping we're going in the right direction. It allows us to pivot if we need to, so we know where to focus. And that's invaluable, and it's very, very significant. And as equally as we're doing so well with our freshmen, I want to also, and thank you for mentioning Maria Rose also and her team, because they're working very, very hard also, and that transfer market is very important also to us.
Dr. Robertson, thank you. I would like to say that a lot of this work wouldn't happen without everybody on here as a team. And also, I have to give recognition to Wendy Kane because she's taught me through a lot of things, and she stayed up late at night and early in the morning to talk with students. Sean Smee, Maria Rosa, talking me through a lot of ideas. And Sean Tooney, thanks for your guidance. But Regents, I want you to know that this is a joint effort with Dr. Jackson at the top leading us, and all the vice presidents. We wouldn't be able to do this. And Dawn, thank you very much.
Chair Rhodes, I just want to say again, I think the point you made earlier about the personal touch, and I think that is what makes a difference, not only in the recruitment, but the retention. And a lot of those phone calls about the need-based aid is a result of, it reflects that personal touch of a lot of phone calls and a lot of follow-up phone calls.
Chair Brooke and Chair Rudolph, I'd like to say one thing in regard to that. I don't think that Dr. Robertson and the entire team, Dr. Pfister and the entire team always take the credit that they deserve. Prior to the fall of 2018, we did not have an analytical process of doing this type of work. And it was built from scratch, and a lot of meetings and a lot of time was put into it. And I want to thank that entire team for that hard work. You can't make good decisions without good information. And now we have good information to make decisions from. And I talked to Renee this morning at 6:30 in regard to some information, and Dr. Robertson at 7 in regard to the same thing. So That's how hard the folks are working in regard to this area, making sure we have the right information to move forward. It's key, and it's especially key right this moment. We're in the fourth quarter, but not only we're in the fourth quarter, we're probably in the last few minutes of the fourth quarter to close the deal. And earlier in the week, I participated with the yield marketing team. Sean Tooney and his shop always impress me. Sean Smee and his operation always impresses me. They're all working very hard. Just the outline of everything we're doing every day from a marketing standpoint, touching students, calling students, the social media components, and that list goes on and on. And maybe at the summer retreat or at the next meeting, we can outline some of those things further. I think you all would be very impressed. I know you've seen it in the past, but just seeing the good work that they're doing very specifically. And so thank all of you. And Sean T and Sean S, make sure you thank your teams.
I agree. And I think the most important thing, and I've heard this many times from parents calling to new students, and it's the information that we're receiving every time we talk to a student, the information that we give out has a purpose. It's not just, oh, hey, remember us. Hi, how are you doing? It's with a purpose, and all the new students and families, they really appreciate that. And it's about making those interactions, like we've said, personal. So I won't say anymore. Everyone else has already said what I was going to say, but I echo everything. I know how hard the office works, but I also know how much fun working in that office is. And so I enjoy it very much. I enjoy scaring Sean, hiding under his desk and scaring him sometimes, but they do a lot of good work.
I would like to add one thing real quickly. A colleague of mine texted me, and this is kudos. Definitely kudos all around to what everybody's been said, but I do want to share this comment publicly. Sean Smee, a parent had told her the other day that you had done a great job with the online student orientation. Their student was able to go through it easily. And as a parent watching, she said, I even found it to be easy for me too. And I make that comment, yes, as a public, good efforts there, but it's also the parents that we need to really communicate with as well. So I appreciate how you are able to involve the parents or the guardians, whomever is with these students, these prospective students, and guiding through with them on this journey as well. So great job.
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent point, and thank you, because a central part of our strategy is a communication plan to parents and families. And so just like students are receiving information, the families are receiving it at the same time. And so, because we know it's a joint decision and it's a partnership, so we want to keep the families and the parents very actively involved in that process, either through the materials that we mail out and a lot of phone calls to parents also. And I also want to just mention, and we'll move on, that both for, if you're looking at registration for the fall, the preliminary numbers, and if you look at our incoming numbers, our underrepresented minority numbers are up in both of those categories. And that is very important to us also. And that reflects a lot of good work of lots of people, and certainly Ross and White is one of those, and Dr. S.G. Carthel. Any other comments or questions on that chart? If not, I'll move on because I know you've got a lot to do. The next slide shows the recapture campaign, and I'm not going to go into great detail, but this reflects the great work with Peggy Whaley and her staff. This is our retention initiatives, and these recapture means these are students that were enrolled in the spring that are eligible to come back in the fall. It means you remove the graduates and you remove the others that can't come back, and we constantly monitor their registrations. And so you can see for undergraduates, we started in April 13th, there were a little over 1,800 that had not registered. We now have that as of June 1, 802. And that's a continuous effort from Peggy's staff, as well as the academic deans, chairs, and faculty. The advisors are given those names. They follow up, they call, they contact them, both undergraduate and graduate. So we're making significant progress there, and we'll continue to work with those students because the retention piece is a critical part to the total enrollment. But there's a there's a strategy in place, not only for recruiting our new students, but also for our retention efforts. And this just the recapture campaign is one piece of that. Then as we move on, then the next pages really reflect just initiatives that are going on in the recruitment area. And primarily, these are things that are occurred since the things we talked about at the last board meeting, we continue to do, and these are just some new initiatives that are underway. One of which is, and it's been mentioned earlier, is the second round of calls to all of our current students, welfare calls. Of course, if they're one of those 800 that hasn't registered yet, it's a registration call also. So our goal is to have that second call finished by July 1, and then to have a third call before August to all these students. So again, constantly following up. You'll see other initiatives that are going on. There's some information about our regional campuses. And let me just quickly say, this is from Director Dan Lavitt, that we are up in course registrations on all campuses. And we were up in course registrations for 2019, and we are running the trend. We're up already as we look towards fall of 20, we're up in all areas also. So that's the great work of his staff. And then with that, then really the next area I really wanted us to talk just a little bit about, and I want to ask Sean Smee if he would just kind of talk to you briefly about the summer orientation process. There's several phases of that. Again, a significant accomplishment to go completely online in a very short period. And credit to Sean, his staff, and in particular, Beth Ackerman for her great leadership in setting that up.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. As you mentioned, we did move to the online virtual orientation for 2020. And again, I want to give kudos to Beth Ackerman, Julie Boykin, and the whole team in the Office of Recruitment, because we went online in about 6 weeks. And the online company that we use could not believe that we were able to make this work. So we're really excited about their efforts. Those modules have information on admissions, enrollment, student financial services, academic programs, student services, student life, next steps, registration, and then we just put a module in regards to the Race to Restart. And so lots of information for the students to go through. The great thing is once they log in, they're able to view that over and over in case they want to revisit a section or take some extra notes. They're able to do that. Throughout this process, we have 8 orientation sessions this summer online. 2 weeks prior to their actual orientation date, those modules do open up for them. And during that process, we have the advising and course registration. I really want to commend Dr. Todd and his leadership in helping the academic areas with advising. Obviously, online, it's taking quite a bit of time. Generally, that happens in about 90 minutes or 2 hours on orientation days. In typical orientation days, it's taking several hours for that process this summer per student. And so we appreciate all the time and all the help that we're getting from the academic side of the house. And then obviously on their orientation day, we have lots of different activities that the students can choose to attend, as well as their families. They'll have small group interactions with their orientation counselors. We're very excited with the percentage that are logging on and participating. It's much higher than we imagined, but it's also much higher than we're seeing from our peers throughout the Southeast in terms of their participation from students. So again, excited about the opportunities within the orientation day. And then the work in progress is the August welcome event. And as we solidify the dates and as students move in, they'll actually have a fourth orientation experience that is in the works. And as we get more information on their move-in dates, we will start planning some additional in-person activities for those students once they move in August. We are excited every day at the numbers. I know that Regent Rudolph said earlier that, you know, going through the numbers and sometimes you see flat in this environment. That's exciting. We are not seeing that with orientation numbers and are seeing an increase with both first-time freshmen and first-time transfers who have registered for orientation. And our cancellation numbers are equal to last year. And especially with everything that is going on and has gone on since March, we anticipated more cancellations and we're not seeing that. Many of our peers are, but it's June the 5th and we're hanging in there, and numbers for, you know, it's about the 2 weeks that we are running consistently ahead. Numbers and equal in terms of cancellation. So again, this goes to the efforts of everyone on campus, our staff, Maria's staff in the Office of Admissions for helping with holds and with getting students through this process. But we're excited where we are, and we're excited right now. We have 4 different orientation sessions somewhere in the loop. So a lot of activity, a lot of going on, but we know it is game on until August. And so we've got everyone here on all efforts to get those students registered and in classes and connected every single day prior to August.
Are students still paying the same orientation fee as they have in the past, or was it decreased any?
They are still paying for the same orientation fee. Okay. We can cover their fees through the summer. But also I noted we are sending and or delivering a orientation box to every single student that comes through orientation. So it's going to have a t-shirt, lots of resource information and updated information for campus and the processes for August. So for instance, I know Murray, Callaway County, we are taking those boxes and delivering them to the students with masks and at a distance. But again, we are trying to actively interact with these students the best we can leading up to August. And then part of that orientation fee will pay for all the activities in August prior to them enrolling, prior to the first day of classes.
That's awesome. I didn't know about the boxes. I think that's phenomenal. So thank you.
Trey, if you could visit their office, you would see in one corner a mountain of boxes. They've got them, so they're slowly but surely filling them all. But
yeah, I've gotten a few emails from Miss Cheryl, and she's actually more than a few, and she's told me there's quite a few things that have changed in the office. So I'm excited to get back.
The other point I would add about the orientation process, not only is there modules in interaction with the students, but there's also opportunities for parents and family members also, and that may reflect the comment, Melanie, that you made earlier about parents and families. Any other questions or observations or comments about the enrollment piece of this report? Okay, if not, the second item is dealing with admission standards, and joining me for this presentation is Maria Rosa, who's our Director of Admissions, and of course Dr. Tim Todd, our Provost, and Dr. Renee Pfister. So this is a recommendation to revise the admission standards. So let me just give you a little background, and then I'm going to have Maria kind of explain what we're asking for in this regard. But if you remember, in March, approval was given to Dr. Jackson for us to offer an ACT optional or other test, SAT, whatever it may be, for freshman admissions if the student had a 3.0 grade point average or higher. So that's, as I said, this agenda item is to add this officially to our admissions criteria. This was based on, our desire to do this was based on a lot of research and data that we were studying. Shows that the high school grade point average of a 3.0 on a 4.0 scale correlates to stronger graduation rates and student success than a simple test score. And especially this is you see this happening with URM students, low income students, first generation college students, which is a large part of our market. So the students in this proposal will still need to take the ACT or another test for placement purposes. But if they do have a 3.0, they would not be required to have a certain score. The taking of this test for placement would be for English, math, or reading. And so if you have to have at least an 18 in English, a 19 in mathematics, or a 20 on your ACT, or the student will have to take co-requisite classes to provide them additional assistance to be successful. Particularly, and if they miss the mark on 2 of the 3, they have to enter into an academic success contract, and they'll also be assigned an academic success coach. So this would be for any student, regardless of the grade point average, if they miss the mark on those 2 of those 3 criteria. Now, by CPE mandate, any student below a 2.5 will have to enter into a success contract also. And again, the intent of that is to provide additional assistance to help those students be successful, because if we're going to admit these students, we want to make sure the ultimate goal is graduation. And so the success contract, the success coach, all of this will be coordinated through Peggy Whaley's office, and it is being coordinated through her office, is a significant part of our retention efforts. We also were seeing that there were a lot of students, particularly in our 18 county region and the surrounding states, who had a 3.0 or higher grade point average, and maybe only had a 17, 16 ACT, that were being denied by Murray State University, but were being admitted to the other institutions in Kentucky and the surrounding states. And so again, that was one of our rationales for requesting the ACT optional, which if you've been, and I know you do, if you're watching the news and you're looking what's happening on other campuses, there's a significant movement across the nation to de-emphasize the testing scores and more of an emphasis on students' performance in the high schools. So that's kind of our rationale. You gave us the opportunity for the fall of 20 and our recruitment for the fall of 21 to pursue that. We feel that that's working well, so we were asking to be able to make that part of the freshman admission requirements that will be going to be publicized. So, yes.
Now, if I could give a little bit of history in regard to this, Chair Book, if you indulge me for 2 minutes. Regent Gray and Regent Kemp and I, back in the fall of 18, is really when we started this conversation. And after a meeting at Hopkinsville High School, we met with all their juniors and seniors that day. It was an excellent meeting, and out recruiting as we've been doing for the last 2 years in high schools. Regent Gray and Regent Kemp and I had the opportunity to meet with a group of students after that particular visit that day, and that wanted to talk with us privately. And the topic was, one had a 4.0, one was a 3.7 or 3.8. They wanted to come to Murray State. One wanted to study nursing, another one wanted to study business. And these 2 young ladies, both minorities, had 17s on their ACT. And so we denied them. So we came back and I formed a work group chaired by Provost Todd, and Dr. Pfister and Dr. Purvine and many others worked on this initiative for many months. looking at this whole area. And one of the things we learned, and it's troubling to me, and I know it's troubling to you all as well, is low-income students, sometimes minority students as well. They in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, they're required to take the ACT their junior year, so they take it one time. Many times these low-income students are not able to pay for prep courses. They're not able to pay for a second time to take an examination, whether it's an SAT or an ACT. So this was really eye-opening for really all of us as we delved into that topic. You all may recall about a year ago we made a small tweak. This is a larger tweak in this area, and I know there's a lot of data, Don, that you're getting ready to talk about in regard to this as well. But that was the history, and that was the impetus of this, and I think it opened the eyes of I know it did mine, and Regent Gray and Chair Kemp at the time too, when we heard the stories from a number of students, but two students always stuck out in my mind. I don't know, Virginia, if you want to, I know you remember that too, because in the parking lot afterwards, both of you pointed to me and said, you better fix that. And so that's what we've been trying to do. But thank you for a couple of minutes.
I had a quick question for the success contract, the success coach you mentioned, Dr. R. Is that person and the academic advisor, are they the same people, or is it going to be two separate?
No, that's a good question, Regent Book. No, these students will have a success coach. All these students now will be assigned, they'll be baccalaureate students, so they're going to be in their academic department. So they're going to have their academic faculty member that's going to serve as their academic advisor. The success coach is an additional support person that is more like a mentor that's going to work with them one-on-one, work with them directly to assist them in their success. So actually they get the advantages of their academic advisor who will work with them, and then the success coach is an individual that's going to be on top of that.
All right, great, thank you.
I think what might be helpful we'll just quickly to let Maria Rosa just there's two charts in your board book. One is the admission criteria and the other is the admission kind of a flow chart. If you could just kind of briefly highlight those for you, that might then set the stage for other questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. As you're looking at that first slide, admission criteria, this is just a comparison of our most recent, and we did make a slight adjustment in last year's admission criteria as well, but this is the most recent admission criteria on the left as compared to the proposed new test optional version on the right. So you're seeing in the past, we were still always looking for that minimum test score of an 18 ACT or higher in order to admit a student regardless of GPA. Whereas on the right, we've got that first part, that's that new test optional part that says if a student has earned a 3.0 or better in high school, we will not utilize a test score in the admission decision later for course placement purposes or an alternative test for course placement purposes, but not in the admission decision. So in allowing us to kind of backtrack this, even for those who had already been processed for the fall 20, to give those students there were a lot of students as quarantine began that had planned to retake the test in March, April, May, and they've not been able to take those tests. So there were a lot of students who were still looking to kind of improve and seek admission. But with these additional test optional versions, we were able to admit 203 students who had been previously denied to the university. So that was a huge opportunity for some of those students in that area. And out of that group, 91 were underrepresented minorities. So still holding to that 45-46% of those students in the URM category, allowing them to now be admitted to Murray State and have that option to attend in the fall. As you see in part 2, we still have the kind of more traditional, looking at both ACT and GPA options as we have in the past. The next slide is just kind of just a real simple version to flowchart. Yes, no, do you have this? So if you have a 3.0, we don't have any other questions, you're admitted. If you don't have a 3.0, then do you have an ACT of at least 18? Yes, great, now you're admitted. And then we still have that provision. If you have an ACT of 17 or below and you're not meeting that 3.0, we do have kind of an internal admission committee that will review. So we're looking at things like the high school attended, the rigor of the course selection in high school, and things like that. So we have a little bit of opportunity with that review committee to make some educated decisions about the potential success for the student. And when all else fails, there still is the formal appeal process that the student can pursue on their own.
I have a question either for Maria or Dr. Robertson. So I believe about 4 years ago or so, the board, obviously a different composition at the time, voted to raise the ACT standards for admission. I think the reason at the time was because of the success factors that Dr. Robertson had talked about. I applaud any kind of efforts to make access available, but I guess my concern is, 4 years ago, it seemed like we thought we were unable to retain and graduate students in those lower test scores, 15, 16, 17, and now we're saying that you can have even below that. And so I guess the concern would be if we admit students that aren't prepared and they end up with student debt but can't complete and get a diploma, we want those students to be better off in the long run. So what's changed over the last 4 years that we think we can graduate these students where a few years ago we didn't seem to think that that was the case?
Right. And that's a good question and a good observation. I think, and you're absolutely right, we certainly don't want to admit students unless we're going to provide them the resources and the assistance to be successful. And I think the difference is we feel by doing some reorganization and some restructuring, we now have those resources in place by the success coaches, by having 5, 6 successful coaches that are going to be in place, the implementation of the success contract that very specifically outlines certain expectations on these students, and more importantly, having these success coaches with their advisors being able to follow up and are you meeting these, or are you doing what you said you were going to do? And we have more checks and balances in place. I think we've expanded Peggy Whaley's staff over those years. She'll be critical, and her staff will be critical, along with Shauna Mullins, in the monitoring of these students to do everything we can for their success. We also implemented the student success seminars that actually all students take, but that has had a significant impact on retention rates in general. So I think we just have a much better structure in place now, more support resources, and a much more specific follow-up strategy. The new Starfish retention software that we have is going to allow us to do a lot more monitoring than our old system was going to allow us to do. So I think those are the kind of things, Regent Krigler, that we feel we have in place that will, because when we were looking at this, we didn't take these decisions lightly, and we said if we're going to do this, then we're going to have to make sure we have things in place to assist them in the co-requisite classes for those students who don't do well in certain benchmarks, they don't reach the benchmark scores in English, math, or reading. Those support classes being in place are going to be a factor also. And Dr. Todd or Dr. Pfister, you may want to add to that, but those are my observations on that.
Regent Kriegler, I might point you to the, I believe it's on slide 162 or 162. It gives you a graphic. So this is
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen that.
But go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead with your point.
The point is that the graduation rate, if you look at those different ACT scores, more frequently relates to the GPA. So a 4-hour exam is not as high an indicator in some authors and articles as is the 4-year work of a high school diploma. So with that 3.0 or above GPA, you will see in the bars that they have relatively same graduation rate from college. So
Well, it would still be below what is typical, and I think there's academic literature saying that the test scores correlate as well, especially in the English and math side. And I know some folks have done more of a sliding scale, like the NCAA, for instance. The lower your test scores or the higher your GPA, the lower test score you have to make, and try to do a balance that way. Has there been any effort? So since we had a lower ACT standard for a number of years until just a couple of years ago, to go back and look, we probably have 20, 30 years of data on students who came in with, who wouldn't make the current criteria, but you could look at 3.0s and see what kind of graduation rate we would be looking at with that class. And then if Starfish is helping retention by 1 or 2 points, we could add that and take a look and see what kind of graduation rate we're looking at, so that we can make sure that we're benefiting these students and not harming them.
I have to commend Tracy Roberts. She had a lot of work in that area before, with related to the number of co-requisite courses and their ACT scores. And we were finding that they had in the teens graduation rates. So there were efforts done. But you're right, Regent Kriegler. A new project, I guess you will, to look at that more thoroughly. We have looked at, in this office with my team, and I have to commend them on the work there, to provide information regarding denied and how many are admitted and how are they progressing, if you will. And that information was provided to Dr. Carcel with URM information to keep those students on track. Not just with URM, but first generation and low income with Peggy Whaley's help. So there will never be a true answer, as you know, regarding what's the best. Do we go with an ACT or an SAT score, or do we look at a 3.0? And in doing our work in this office, we looked at 3.0, 3.5s, 2.5s to see where we could have the most effect. So that was the data that was provided. And the hope is to move those students so that they can get an education that Murray State provides with rigor and excellence, and not leave those students out of play that have just below a 3.0 and have shown success in other areas.
So did you say the graduation rate was in the teens for this cohort, or did I misunderstand?
No, in previous work, that's why some of the changes were made, is that some of those students had graduation rates in the teens. And so to change that, these methods were put in place for success coaches, et cetera, to move forward. Our graduation rate, our 6-year graduation rate is 55%.
Right.
So we are in line, if you have a 3.0 from the national data, to have that same graduation rate in that graphic that was provided. So that's the point that I was trying to make with that.
Well, this is actually below 40 in that lower cohort for 3.0s. And I don't know all the, I haven't studied the academic literature or whatever, but so we think that for a cohort that used to graduate in the teens. Now it may be much higher in that cohort if we're taking out the GPAs of a certain level and then adding Starfish, but we don't really know where kind of we're starting with that.
We would have to have more data, sir, and look at this in a more in a better manner to go forward, because we're just making this change now. We do know what has happened in the last year with our retention rates. So I cannot say where their 6-year graduation rate will be.
Right, but I guess my point was, for years we let in students with 15, 16, and 17 ACT scores. So we have 20, 30 years worth of data going back of admitting those students and what their graduation rates are. And I assume we would also have what their incoming GPAs were. So we could get a pretty good idea. I would feel much more comfortable if I could look and see that, you know, there's a graduation rate within this subgroup that is, you know, closer to what the university graduation rate would be. Then,
and that's what I was mentioning, sir, was that work, that the good work of Tracy Roberts with those 15, 16 ACTs. Those were the graduation rates in the teens that we were seeing. To make, hopefully this makes you feel a little bit more comfortable. And Maria, please chime in if I'm off here, because I ran this early this morning. But of the students that we have admitted, we only have very, very few of our 6,000 students, 6,800 students who are admitted, listed as coming, that have an ACT of 15, Regent Kriegler, a total of 42 who have an ACT of 15 and have a 3.0 or above.
is that the lowest of the test scores among that cohort with 3.0 and above?
No, there is a lower one, but that also deals with that sliding scale that you were mentioning for NCAA situations.
So are we going to use, I guess I'm a little confused. Are we going to use a sliding scale, or is it just if you have a 3.0, you know, you can come no matter? I guess my concern is that, you know, you read about kind of grade inflation at the high school level, and, you know, there's inconsistencies across states and school systems and so forth. I just want to make sure that if we're admitting folks, they have the opportunity to be successful, and that we're giving them what they need, and that they have the preparation necessary to get across the finish line.
Yes, sir. And we are all concerned about that. And I understand your question. I'll let somebody else.
I want to add something to it. And Regent Kriegler, you and I had an opportunity to talk earlier in the week about the same topic. And you're exactly right. I mean, we have to watch this very, very closely. And I know that because I've been on a work group here many years ago, we have a spreadsheet that shows retention and graduation rates for many, many years, because we have to submit that information both for iPads as well as ranking information. But Murray State's always ranked, even prior to the admission changes, we've always ranked in the top 1 or 2 from a retention standpoint, a graduation rate standpoint in the Commonwealth. Today, we are number 1 in retention rate, number 1 in graduation rate. Renee, you correct me, number 1 in low income retention, number 1 in URM retention. And we thought, and so we're already up there. And I think we have been for 25, 30 years of information I've seen in the last recent couple of years. But also, probably most importantly, in regard to that, we changed 4 years ago when this change was made. There was a school of thought that it would help us with performance funding. Well, obviously that didn't work. So that was one of the reasons that some of those adjustments were made at that point in time. And so after taking consideration all of this information, as well as our high school population, especially in our service region, and talking to students, and they're being admitted at other state universities, there's an issue of access. and being fair to the students of this region who want to come here, that access. Now, then we have a tremendous responsibility after that. Our job is to make sure they're successful here. And I think in the last couple of years, especially, all of those items in place to do that. Just recently, and I want to thank Dr. Aaron Thompson. I doubt he's listening, but I want to thank the president of CPE. He's a colleague and a personal friend, but we just received a $40,000 grant that he allocated that was unrestricted to us for an additional retention effort that we're putting in place as we speak. And there's a really fine plan to enhance more retention efforts. So I think the overall issue is access and then the tremendous responsibility on us to make sure success occurs.
Actually, that grant is going to, the services is going to be to enhance the services for that group. It comes in with a 2.49 or below, as well as students that may come in with a lower ACT score. You know, there is a lot of literature and research out there that clearly shows that persistence and grit, hard work, are the main indicators of success, and your track record over your high school career at a 3.0 or higher is a good indicator of your grit and hard work, much more so than the ACT score. So that's the direction, and that's kind of what led us to this. That's what's led us to this recommendation that you allowed us to do for the fall of 20 and the fall of 21 classes we're recruiting in, and it's what's led to this recommendation.
And so these students who are admitted on 3.0 are still required to take the ACT, and if they are below certain trigger levels, they will automatically get special assistance or be put in special classes?
Well, they'll get that. They have some co-requisite classes that will go along with the English and math classes they're taking. But then they'll also get the assistance of the success coach, the success contract, and the other services that are in the student engagement and success office. So yes.
And the co-requisite course is kind of a tutoring type of thing, or I guess I'm not familiar with that term.
And Dr. Todd or Dr. Purvine, you may have a better description of the co-requisite classes than I have.
Well, sure. The co-requisite classes are credit-bearing classes. I'll take, for example, a math class, Math 140, college algebra. It's a credit-bearing class, but it comes with additional class meetings and additional support for students that don't ordinarily meet the benchmarks to get into those classes. And we have co-requisite classes in math, we have co-requisite classes in English, we have co-requisite classes in reading, and we're watching the performance of those students very closely. And actually what we're finding so far is students that go through the co-requisite sections do as well or even better than the students that are in the so-called regular sections. And yeah.
I remember in the past that we had remedial classes, but I thought that, kind of back to Eric's point, that several years ago when we raised the ACT, because we were having a lot of freshmen who were coming in and pretty much taking all remedial classes, and they didn't get credit for it. So it was almost like they were paying tuition for a semester, and they were really just taking remedial classes, but they did not receive credit.
Well, as an institution, we can't offer remedial classes anymore. That's come down from CPE. So because we can't offer remedial classes, we've moved to the co-requisite model. A lot of good people on our campus did a lot of work to design these co-requisite classes to make sure students were able to progress and stay on track for their degree. That was precisely the point, is that we were getting a lot of students that had to come in and take 2, 3, 4 remedial courses, and they just never got any traction and made any progress toward their degree.
I would like to say something, just kind of give I guess an anecdote, if you will. I do like the focus first on the GPA. I do think that speaks to the holistic makeup of a student who is seeking college admission. That, in my opinion, that should have always been that way. Not to say that the ACT, SAT tests are invalid instruments. They're not. They have a purpose. But I've always feared, and from a previous institution of higher learning where a focus for a while was on the ACT, it sent a negative message to others that we didn't want you, that you had to have this high ACT benchmark in order to obtain the educational services of our institution. And I fear that sometimes when we make that focus on an ACT, SAT, that's kind of what we're sending. So I really, to me, when I studied the materials in our packet, I can see where it's really based on what I have read about various tests. And you know, having been, of course, this is going way back maybe more than 3 decades ago, but I was kind of one of those students where I did really well in the classroom. I don't need a test to tell me really how good of a student I can be and how I can demonstrate that on the college level. So I like this because there is a balance, but the first focus is on the GPA. And then we can, for those who have that lower GPA 3.0, then we can kind of look at the mix of the two to really see what is that student going to need to be successful. So this was a really great work, and I do support this proposal.
Maria, on part 1, you're saying, I think Eric asked this, but they have to have between a 3 and a 4 that they're admitted. Do they still have to take the ACT, right?
They have to submit either the ACT, the SAT, or other alternative testing. So that could be approved placement testing by CPE standards, which covers a number of different testing instruments, most of which we use here or used to use here.
Okay, then part 2 is basically what we're doing now.
Correct.
All right, and I think Don referred to this. If they have an 18, and in our TSM degree, you have to have a college algebra, which requires a 21, then they'll have to have assistance, or they'll have to take.
They'll take that co-requisite with their college algebra course.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Regent Green, are you saying? I think you're on mute.
I'm so sorry that I'm so inept at technology. I know that we use the scholarship grid, which is a combination of ACT and GPA. Is one of those weighted more than the other to hand out scholarships?
Somebody else may want to jump in here in terms of the difference in the type of scholarships that you would earn in those cases. The scale moves more with the ACT, whereas the GPA is a lot more of a cutoff.
And so will that change at all?
That's something that's been reviewed, going back to Provost Todd's admission council about 18 months ago. We talked a lot about the grid. We talked a lot about, and Dr. Todd certainly jump in, a lot about where we'd want that to go and where we'd want that to, what we'd want that to say to our students as we're recruiting them. I think at this time, the thought is to leave that kind of as is for now and work to change things slowly and review that as time goes on. I don't think there's a current proposal to make changes in the grid.
So now it's still real important for students to make a high ACT to get more scholarship money.
Right. It's always, Regent Green, been that way as you and I talked on the phone. And since we've had the grid in place, I think also, as I shared with some of you, that we've looked at the grid. We're going to continue to look at the grid, and I'm sure there's going to be some tweaks there in the future as we move forward. If the crystal ball that all of us have over the last several months has gotten cloudier, so you can't see the future very well. But I would suspect in a few years, the ACT part of any scholarship grid model is going to change dramatically and possibly even go away. It already has at some institutions. And I would suspect that we'll be moving in the years to come in that direction as well.
That's a good point. I think that was brought up is because how we said earlier, the students that are making these lower ACT scores, GPAs, there's students that don't have access to the the classes that help them study for ACT. They can only take it once because some states, as in Kentucky, they offer it once. And so I want to make sure that these students, yes, we're admitting them, and yes, we have the resources available for them, but we also have and we mentioned it with the Racers Gift campaign and things like that, but we also have the financial resources, the scholarships and money available to help these students actually attend Murray as well.
Right, and Regent Book, you're correct in regard to this broader question. Foundation scholarships have nothing to do with the grid. Okay, so this past year we offered several millions of dollars of scholarships out of the Murray State University Foundation. A few of them will have ACT components. Many of them will have GPA components, but many large endowments, and I'm talking about 7-figure endowments at the foundation, are need-based scholarship endowments. So, we're making sure that we address the needs of low-income students also, and really blind in that awarding process. From the grid standpoint, grid scholarships are merit-based scholarships. The foundation scholarships are subjective scholarships based on students that have need or are doing well in school, or a committee reviews them and sees great opportunity. So there's a lot of flexibility in those approximately 1,000 endowments at the Murray State University Foundation and several millions of dollars awarded each year.
Yeah, and as someone that serves on a number of those committees, I'd say the vast majority have a need-based. One of the criteria is to look, need-based is one of the first criteria that is looked at. So I think along with the foundation scholarships and our emphasis on creating more need-based scholarships addresses some of your concern, Regent Book.
Thank you. So do we have any other questions on this item? All right, this item does require action from the committee. Do I have a motion?
Chair Book, Lisa Rudolph, I move that the Board of Regents, upon recommendation of the President of the University, approve the revised freshman admission requirements for inclusion in the 2020-21 Murray State University Academic Bulletin and subsequent editions of the aforementioned publication, with the understanding that the administration is allowed to make changes to particular aspects or wording as long as the prescribed standards per this recommendation remain unaltered.
Second.
Thank you. Who do we have a second?
I seconded it.
Okay, great. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Chair Rhodes, I bring to you from the Enrollment Management and Student Success Committee a revised freshman admission requirements that upon the recommendation of the President of the University that we have approved, and we recommend that the board approves it.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. This will be a voice vote. So all in favor of the motion as stated will indicate by saying aye.
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 And all opposed by nay. Motion carries. this time, we will take another 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 10 after 12. Thank you.
Testing new microphone.
Hey, Garrett, I wanted to make sure this one was working a little bit better.
Looks great.
Okay, thank you much.
Ray, we can hear you now.
Lucky you, Phil.
Hey, Jill, when are you going to bring those lunch buckets over? Phil's waiting on his, and I'm waiting on mine.
Well, Jackie, we were supposed to be done by now, so there is no such plan.
I think we're having fillets over in Pope Library.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
We switched out my camera. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, it's perfect now.
All right, great. Thank you.
Was it the mic or camera? Or?
I don't really know. We just, the one I had, I believe, was a used one. So we switched out to the one we had to buy for Missy, and everybody says it's working better.
Yeah, you were garbled there for a while.
Well, we got quite a few roll calls coming up, so I figured I needed to fix that.
Lisa, did the grandchildren get back up okay yesterday afternoon and all good there? And we had Disney turned back on. And
Yes, as Ben likes to call him, Mickey. He got up ready for him.
we all love Mickey.
Uh-huh. I know there's many days that I don't know what's going on in the world because all I've had on is Disney. And you know what? Some of those days are just fine.
Exactly.
Disney can be good for the soul.
Regent Krugler, I meant to ask you earlier in the week, are you teaching anything this summer? Your mic.
You're muted.
Your mic.
Sorry, I was typing an email to Dr. Robertson. No, I'm not teaching this summer. So we got moved in and got our stuff out of Memphis and all that kind of stuff. So we're still unpacking boxes at our new place.
You sold your house, didn't you, Eric?
Yeah. Just a few weeks ago, so that was good. I was worried I was going to have to wait until after the pandemic openings and everything else. So we were pretty excited about that.
Nothing quite like moving. I said, somebody's going to come and pack my stuff and take me to the nursing home. I'm not voluntarily moving again.
Lisa, we're going through that right now. And I can't think of anything worse than having to move after being in a house for 40 years.
Oh, my.
I'm finding photographs I never knew existed, and I probably mail 100 to different people.
Wow.
You just put them in a box, you'll never see them again.
Right. So did you get rid of a lot of stuff?
We are getting rid of a lot of stuff, and probably when we move over there, we'll get rid of a lot more. So it's a phase-in process. You get rid of stuff, and then you get rid of stuff that you should have already gotten rid of.
You just couldn't make that decision at the time. I understand.
Right.
So will you be downsizing, or is the house?
Well, we're moving to Owensboro. We are downsizing a couple thousand feet.
Okay.
So we're going to be having some extra furniture. If anybody wants some furniture, call me.
Yeah. Set it out on the curb and put a for sale sign and hope somebody steals it.
Yeah. The kids have more than they want now, so they probably won't take any. But
yeah.
Jill, are we about all here? Can you tell?
Yeah, I think all the regents are back.
Okay, great. Then we'll call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda will be the report of the Finance Committee. And before we start, I want to thank Regent Owens for accepting the position as acting finance chair on very short notice. Regent Owens, thank you for doing that, and it's all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chair Rhodes. It's an honor and privilege, and look forward to working with you and with Vice President Dudley in this interim role. The other members of the Finance Committee are Regents Krigler, Rhodes, Rudolph, and Schooley. And we have 3 items for committee approval that will then go to the full board. The first is the 2021 university budget with executive summary and salary roster.
Your mic.
With that being said, we'll turn it over to Vice President Dudley.
But before Jackie starts, Chair Owens, in fact, I just want to say really quickly, just to tee up the budget. Obviously, and I said this earlier, very difficult budget process. Jackie and her team, and many of us have been on a lot of Zoom meetings in the last 3 or 4 months. And Provost Todd, Dr. Robertson, and many others involved in this process. So this was a very difficult budget. I want to thank Jackie and her staff especially for the good work in this area. There were a few guiding principles, and I want us all to keep these in mind as we talk about this budget that we try to in every case. But first and foremost, and you'll see this through the budget discussion, is not only protect academics, but enhance academics and academic excellence and teaching quality and all the things that are important to this institution and have been for many years as we went through the budgeting process. And Chair Owens and Chair Rhodes and Vice President Dudley and I had a chance to meet and talk about these by Zoom a few days ago as well. So that was number one. And secondly, to save jobs. In this environment, we did everything we could to make sure we preserved and protected every job possible. To date, we've done that, and we've done that well, and we should all be very proud of that. It's not been an easy process to do that simple statement of saving jobs, but that's been the case. So we're proud of that, and everyone should be. We must have a continued focus and invest in and protect recruiting and retention and enrollment management. We've done that. There's been some enhancements in those areas. We must continue to focus on those areas. 71% of our budget is enrollment driven now. Every year that's getting bigger. The appropriation size is getting smaller. We've got to invest in marketing programs, marketing the institution, all the needs that we have in recruiting and retention and enrollment management. Strategic investments. So not every expense that you'll see in the budget's an expense. Not in our personal lives, they're not all expenses, they're investments. And as I said earlier, we're going to pass through this time, and when we come out, we're going to be stronger and better for it, but also we need to make sure we're prepared for it from an investment standpoint. So we made some strategic investments, and I'm going to name just a few again, but mental health counseling. It's a big need on this campus. It's a big need on every campus. And so we made some additional enhancements in those areas. Diversity initiatives. It's important at Murray State University, and we made progress there once again. Student jobs. And some of you have asked me about this, but one thing that we stated as a major imperative is to not touch our student employment budget. And Jackie and I talked about this at length and making sure that we protect that. Regent Book asked me that last night in our call, and we discussed it in detail, and many of you have discussed it with me previously. But to many students, that's a major financial aid component. Many of us, when we were students, had to work, and maybe all of us did. But it's still important today, and we preserved and protected that piece too. And lastly, access and affordability, enhancing scholarship programs, enhancing the Murray State Promise Program. You know, the families in this region, especially this big multi-state region, but especially in our service area of far western Kentucky, access and affordability is vitally important to our students and our families, and to protect all the components associated with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jackie, and those are some of the items that guided our work.
All righty. Thank you. And Regent Owens, I know we went through this well last week. If I failed to cover something, you want me to focus on something more, please let me know. One group that we didn't mention is the Budget Advisory Committee. So just want to take a moment and make sure everyone's aware that the president and I did go through this with the Budget Advisory Committee early last week. It's kind of an annual meeting. We've met with them already a couple times this budget season, and that committee is comprised of representatives of faculty and staff and students, and all of those groups had representation at the meeting earlier this week, where we reviewed actually the same document with them. So we've had a lot of eyes on this already and a lot of conversations. So in your book, you should have an executive summary with some attachments, as well as a summary budget and a salary roster. So what I'll be covering really is focusing on the executive summary and the attachments. So if there are questions about the summary budget or salary roster, we can address those at the end, but I think all your questions hopefully will get answered through this earlier discussion. First of all, the budget for fiscal year 21, we have an overall budget between education in general and auxiliaries, as you'll see on page 168, where the executive summary starts, is $144.5 million. That is compared to fiscal year 20, that is close to $7.8 million less, or a 5% decrease. And as we go through here, we'll try to explain what all those decreases are, so you have a good picture of the changes in the budget. The next chart that you'll see on that first page is just a 2-year picture to give you an idea. From fiscal year 20, we had a budget decrease of $6.8 million. Many of you were on the board last year and remember that decrease. So for fiscal year 21, 7.8, which represents $14.5 million decrease in our overall budget for just the last 2 years. So almost 10%. So that's a significant change over just a 2-year period for the institution to make, and some of the trying to fund some of the priorities and protect some of the areas the president mentioned. But in addition, taking $4.5 million out of the budget. To be clear, we mentioned earlier as I was talking about FY20 that we do still have a $2 million contingency in the FY21 budget that has been preserved and is there for whether it is enrollment challenges or state funding challenges, a multitude of things it can be used for, but that is remains in the budget. So many of the things that we've implemented this year to help us with these challenges are things we talked about with FY20. We continue to focus on hiring freezes, elimination of overtime. I'll explain kind of what that is. With overtime, the institution has always funded education and general overtime centrally. So when units have incurred overtime over and above their budgeted amount for positions, and these are hourly positions, we budget a 37.5-hour or 40-hour week. So when they occur overtime, the general fund has covered those costs. So departments maybe haven't been as careful in allowing folks to work overtime or determining their schedule that possibly avoids overtime. We know if we have a big event on a Friday that's going to require maybe night work, or a Saturday event, that possibly we need to juggle someone's work week to avoid overtime. That's going to be more of a focus over the next year, and already has been. We were able to cut the overtime budget by $390,000 by also adding that departments will now have skin in the game. So departments will now start funding anywhere from 25 to 50% of their overtime. So if they choose to work their employees overtime, they've got to think about how they do that and how best they juggle their pay period or their work week to minimize that. So that's going to be a big change for our campus, but something that I think we will, it will pay off, and it will continue to pay off in the long run by making sure leaders of our departments, they do have some responsibility in their budget to pay for that. Temporary employees, we made some really, I want to say across the board reductions, but they were more proportional reductions in temporary employee budgets. And a lot of you may not understand what temporary employees are. Those are employees that we may hire for special events. We may hire to work ball games, ticket takers, maybe situations of someone's out on leave and a department has to hire someone for a couple months to fill in the gap. So those are examples of what temporary employees are, but we will be having a lot fewer of those. Travel is frozen at the moment for other reasons, but we will continue to monitor travel very closely, as well as our expenditures, our budget transactions, looking at purchasing cards and purchasing card activity, as well as really scrutinizing our contracts. And I talked about that some earlier today. So those are, all of those things together is helping guide this budget, in addition to the primary assumptions you'll see on page 2. These are important. These are important things that we've had to live with and make decisions on in the process. First off, we know we have an $827,000 appropriation decrease right off the bat that we had to accommodate for. That's a performance funding change. And I'll talk about that a little bit as we get into appropriations, but that's a reduction we've had to deal with. We have no increases in undergraduate or graduate tuition and fee rates. We also are implementing our new tuition model that actually at this time last year, we went through that new tuition model, a new rate structure that streamlined our regional rates. And that is being implemented in this budget for fall of 20. We do not have a cost of living adjustment for our employees. And as a reminder, this budget is the first budget where we've outsourced custodial and ground services. We have budgeted also an enrollment decline, which correlates with a revenue decline for tuition and fees, a decline overall of 1%. And that 1% is the overall impact of a 25% decrease in international student enrollment. So we're budgeting a decline for international students, and that equates to an overall 1%. Now, as you see here, that's about a $2.5 million revenue impact. That's more than 1% overall, it's 3.9. The difference is the mix of students. So, you know, when you decrease international students, they pay at a much higher rate than the majority of our students that are resident students. So the revenue impact is much different than the enrollment impact when you compare those two percentages. Residence halls and dining fees, those were approved at the last board meeting and will be used or have been used in this budget. Any questions about those primary assumptions? So as we go through, we'll kind of check off the primary items that's included here. State appropriations, as I mentioned, we're $827,000 down. That is Murray State's 2% contribution to the state performance funding pool. So it's not an appropriation cut, it's our contribution to the performance funding pool. All schools contributed 2% to that pool. And through the metrics and the formulas that CPE runs, schools are awarded back funding from that pool. Those metrics are, as you well know, are very heavily volume driven. So Murray State won't get any of their 2% back. That's the same for Moorhead and Kentucky State. They contributed 2%, but they will not be getting any back. Eastern, Northern, and Western will get some of their 2% back, but they will not get more than that. They'll lose money, but they'll get some of it back. But U of L and UK, primarily UK, will earn more than their 2% contribution. So all the comps that contributed 2% didn't get it back, primarily going to the University of Kentucky and to some extent U of L. Just want to be clear how that model works and that our loss is due to the performance funding model, not a state reduction. At the top of page 3, when you're talking about appropriations, you'll see I've got a chart up there from 2008 to 2021. And that's just to give you an idea of our overall appropriation decrease. We've had a $10.6 million decrease in state appropriations in that period of time, almost 20%. So when we talk a lot about state funding and tuition and fees, that state funding amount is we've really been hit, and $10.6 million is an awful lot of funding to lose over that period of time. The next chart on there that goes along with that is just a visual of year 3 and year 4 of the performance funding model. Last year, we contributed $433,000 with the $827,000 from this year. So just in the last 2 years, we've gave up $1.2, almost $1.3 million to the performance funding pool. So last year we had a 1% contribution. This year it went to 2%. And as we go through the next year, the presidents will be meeting with other CPE representatives and some legislators to review the performance funding model. But right now, this is required really by statute as far as the stop loss percentages that you see here. It's important to note out of our appropriation for next year, which is $43.7 million, $3.2 million of that is for BVC. So $3.2 million of our appropriation that you see in the budget is designated and fenced. We can't do anything with that. That's totally designated for the BVC. That's what they have to operate on, and really all they have to operate on, with the exception of fees that they do charge for some of their services. They do have some additional revenues that they have at their disposal. So I always want to point that out because that is a reduction to what the general fund has to spend. What is not included in this budget is any FY21 appropriation reduction. So I'm not talking about the performance funding pool contribution, But what we don't have included and what we do not have any allowances for is possible appropriation reduction. That's likely, we're fairly certain. We've been talking about it a whole lot, and we know there's going to be some organizational restructuring. There'll have to be some personnel changes if that happens. But I want to be clear that none of those are included in this budget. Just kind of as a point of reference, if a 1% reduction, I think everybody can do the math, but it's important to note $437,000 is just a 1% reduction in our budget for next year. So that gives you an idea. When you start hearing what that reduction may be, you can multiply that times 437 and you'll know how much we're going to have to deal with. And again, as we discussed this morning, we had $445,000 already reduced from our budget in FY20 for an appropriation reduction. So obviously the state's having some budget challenges with the COVID-19 pandemic, and they're obviously going to continue to have that through 21. Any questions about appropriations, comments?
Jackie, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
In the event, perhaps a likely event, that we do receive notification from the state budget office that we need to pay back, say, another, whether it be 1% or 2% or whatever. So I want to make sure that $2 million contingency that is included in this proposed budget, that could help offset whatever might come down, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it could. Obviously we'll have to monitor other challenges we have, but if that were the only thing, yes, it could be. Yes, certainly. Mm-hmm. So we move into tuition and scholarships and discounts. And this is the biggest portion of our revenue budget, as everyone knows. You're going to hear me talk a lot about where we made adjustments to tuition. We are not flat per se, because as I just said, we adjusted our budget down by 1%. But again, that 1% correlates to a 25% decrease in international enrollment. The important thing to note, and you'll see this at the bottom of page 170, really are our fall 19 trends. We had an overall headcount increase. We did have, as we talked about this morning, some credit hour challenges. Credit hours were less. But all of our first time, whether it's freshmen, transfers, graduate students, were up. So those numbers are being used as we go forward into fall 20. So as we go to page 171 or page 4 of the summary, the chart on here, I hope, is a good explanation of the changes in net tuition. So I want to be clear that net tuition is our gross tuition, what we actually bill the students for, less any scholarships and discounts. So Murray State this year, we're budgeting $3.7, almost $3.5 million for scholarships and discounts. So when you look at this chart, those have already come out of that. So this is really what I kind of call cash flow, what we have to spend and live with. So we have a $3.5 million change in net tuition and fees. Almost $1 million of that, 972, is a decrease just due to the change in the mix of students we had this year. So for fiscal year 20, we had a change in mix of students. So to carry that forward as flat, we're going to adjust our budget for those changes in our mix. It could be mixes in tuition amounts. The difference between an Illinois student and a resident student is a lot from a revenue standpoint, but it's still only one student. So those change from year to year, and you have to change your budget to accommodate for that. Then we have the $2.5 million that I was just talking about in regard to a decrease in international enrollment. to repeat, we have no tuition rate changes in here. Tuition and fees and course fees. We have a course fee item in the agenda item here, but we are not increasing any tuition and fee rates for our students this year. And the last item, which I always think it's important to remind the board of what our discount rate is. We're at 37.9%. So that's that 37.4 million of scholarships we give away. So almost 40% on the dollar. So 40 cents on every dollar, we're giving away as scholarships and discounts. So we only get 60 cents on the dollar back. So that 60 cents is what you see when you look at net tuition and fees. So I don't see any questions coming up from scholarships and tuition and fees. So I'll move into salaries and wages. This, where tuition and fees are our biggest revenue item, salaries and wages and fringes is our biggest expenditure item. For this budget, our education in general, salaries and fringes represent 75% of the total. So you've heard numbers from 77 to 74, or 75% in this budget. Significant amount. And overall, even though 75% is a large amount, we've decreased that in this budget, $7.3 million between salaries and fringes. So we're going to talk about salaries first here. And I think the most important thing on page 5 of the summary is the chart. I think it represents really a very good overall picture of what's happened to salaries for this year. So as everyone knows, as I just said earlier, custodial and grounds are incorporated into this budget. We outsource them effective April 13th, but that changes in the entire year for fiscal year 21. So the chart that's on page 5, I guess, kind of has two components. And I'm going to kind of walk through it. The first part of it are the types of positions we have: faculty, exempt staff, non-exempt staff, student workers. And what we've done is we've removed the custodial and grounds impact to those numbers. So those are already removed from the FY20 column, so we can compare apples to apples. And FY20 salaries and wages was $68.6 million. For FY21, there's $66 million. So just for those positions, without custodial and grounds, we have a $2.3 million decrease. And if you go on over to look at those FTE columns that are the pink columns, you'll see the changes in FTE. You'll see in FY20, we had a total overall FTE in our budget of almost 1.2, or I'm sorry, 1,167. This year, we got 1,113. So we have a 54 FTE decrease. We're going to go through how those are allocated, but you can see how they're proportionalized here. So what I wanted to point out is, if you look at faculty, the faculty dollar change is 2.5%. And you can go on down and see non-exempt are 8%, for total 3.8% change in the salary. When you look at the FTE, you can see what those percentage changes are too. The important thing when we get to the next page is the percent of total that I'll demonstrate there, and I think that'll be more instructive. But you'll see that we have 32, almost 33 FTE changes in staff non-exempt, and those again are hourly staff, with a total of 54. The next section on that chart is custodial and grounds, and you'll see those same types of positions. That was $2.7 million change. So all of our salaries again are going down $5.3 million. It's a component of positions we've eliminated, as well as the custodial and grounds impact, which had 111 FTE eliminations. There's a lot happening here, and I know it's kind of complicated, but together those show that we have 165 FTEs that have been removed from our budget for FY21. 111 from custodial and grounds and 54 that were primarily vacant positions. Questions about that? This is really a big crux of the budget. This is what we spent so much time on, looking at vacant positions. Should we fill them? Should we not fill them? How do we manage what we had with impacting as few employees as we could as far as existing employees?
Jackie, where were the majority of your vacant positions?
Where were the majority?
Were there teaching positions or part of that building's grounds?
Yeah, well, the custodial and grounds, approximately 60 of those were not vacant when we converted over to SSC. So those employees actually were no longer employees of the institution as of April 10th. So we had 60 of those 111 filled. But as of April 10th, they no longer were employed with Murray State. So I think to answer your question, it may be good to go on to the next page and look at the chart on top of page 6. And that's going to tell you where the majority of the vacant positions were. This first chart is separated by our management areas. So we have 4 management areas at the institution. Every unit on our campus and every unit in the budget falls under one of these categories. They either report up directly to the president, or they report to academic affairs or student affairs, or report to finance and administration. So in the first chart there, you'll see the FY20 FTEs, and you'll see the number deleted, the number of custodial and grounds. So if you look at that second column, you'll see the number deleted of 54. You'll see where the bulk of those are. That's between academic affairs and finance and administration. Most of those were vacant. So that gives you an idea of where those vacant positions fell, in what management area. Custodial and grounds certainly were not totally in finance and administration, because we did have some in student affairs that were related to the Wellness Center and the Curris Center. And then we had some also in the president's area that were related to athletics. They fell in CFSB. So you'll see the total change in the yellow columns there. It ties back to that 165 FTE. Now the percentage change in FTE is important. You'll see in the president's areas that roll up to the president's office, they lost 6% of their FTEs. Academics, because they overwhelmingly have so many FTEs, they're the core of the campus, they lost 3.1%. It's a much smaller percent of the total FTEs when you look at it from a percent amount. Student affairs and finance administrative services, you can see there also, as well as auxiliaries. So our total FTEs are going down almost 13%. But I think that hopefully that answers your question where those FTEs were.
Jackie, I have a follow-up question, I guess, related to that. I'm looking at the change in the FTEs, and especially in the academic affairs portion of 21.9. Do we know, though, how many of those, especially if we're looking at that previous page in terms of the salaries and wages for faculty, and that's representing a decrease of 2.5%, but really, what is that? I guess I'm looking at then what are the faculty positions? Like, do we know what?
Well, you'll see on that first page, you'll see faculty positions for 17. So because all faculty do roll up to academic affairs, of that 21.9, 17 of those were vacant faculty positions.
I didn't see that. Thank you. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At Regent Schimberger, it's important to note as well that nearly all of those 17 spots were paused. Jackie, you probably have it right. I think maybe 15 of the 17 were paused. So they're still in the budget, to be reviewed later instead of being eliminated as we've talked.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you can see that in the chart at the bottom of page 6. What we tried to present here and what the president was alluding to, I hadn't got to yet, but we have 27, almost 28 of the positions that we eliminated the budgets, but we did leave those positions, the position numbers, the titles are left in all those departments. The FTEs are not there, the budget's not there, but oftentimes, and I know you're very much aware of this, when you go to create a new FTE, you've got a process, administrative process to recreate those FTEs in those positions. And so by leaving those there, that will reduce that time when and if a position has to come back to life, so to speak. But they are tracked, and we can monitor very closely what some of those are. So the pause positions is something new that we've done this year. And I think because it is primarily in academic affairs, it does help, particularly the deans, to be able to track what those positions are and see those out there. And if they do need to get those back, it doesn't require as much administrative overhead to do that. So questions on salaries, FTEs? Because we move on to fringe benefits, and I don't really have a big section here in the executive summary, but one of the most important things to point out about fringe benefits is we didn't really have any benefits reduced this year. All of our benefit levels stayed the same. Our amounts did go down, and you'll see that in the budget only because our FTEs went down. But when you look at per employee, benefits were not reduced. Our average benefits per employee are right at 44%. So 44% of every salary dollar you see are fringe benefits on the average. Another item that I do want to point out under fringe benefits, even though we didn't have any benefit decreases this year, we also have not budgeted any let me get this right. I started to say fiscal year, and that's not right. So I talk about health insurance, it's plan year. So it's actually 2021 plan year. We did not budget for any additional employer increases in health insurance premiums. So we don't know what health insurance is going to be for 2021 yet. As you can imagine, with the pandemic, we don't even have good estimates from our consultants, which deal with this all across the country. So we're not sure what those are going to be, but we are not budgeting any funds in this budget for increases in healthcare costs. Pensions, we also have not accommodated for any increase in pension costs. This was the third year for our KERS rate freeze. We've talked all year. We've talked for the past 3 years about KERS rates, but we were fortunate enough to get it frozen again for next year. That's what the budget represents. It represents 49.47%. We don't have an accommodation for any rate change for KERS that may be likely as we go forward into the next year. We'll continue to have challenges there, and pensions will continue to be a big focus for us. The next item is deferred maintenance. We talked a lot this morning about projects that are going on. All those, for the most part, have been funded from our deferred maintenance budget. A few of those were funded from reserves that the board's approved over the last year, but we still don't have adequate deferred maintenance money, but we have more than we used to. We have $1 million for fiscal year 20 more than we used to have because of the asset preservation fee. But we're going to have another $415,000 added to that for FY21. So the asset preservation fee for FY21 will generate another $450,000, giving us a total of 1.4 million at our disposal for deferred maintenance expenditures. Now, we will be bringing back to the board at the next board meeting what we intend to do with that 1.4 million. We cannot spend that as we choose. We have to bring that back to the board and the CPE for specific projects that we're going to use that on. But with everything going on right now, we just weren't able to identify the best projects to bring back to you. So we'll be doing that at the next board meeting. But you'll see an increase of $415,000 in deferred maintenance. Now, somewhat to offset that and to balance the budget, we have included an $800,000 decrease in the funding for what we call CERR. CERR is Con Ed Renewal and Replacement Fund, and that are the revenues, or what supports that fund, is the interest that we generate from our monies invested in Frankfurt. So all the funds we have with the state treasurer, we generate interest on, and we get those interest dollars. And that goes back into the CERR fund to support deferred maintenance. And as you've heard many, many times, we use that fund as our roof plan, so to speak. That's what we use to fund new roofs with. Roofs are very expensive. And we've been very fortunate to have this fund to continue to replace roofs when they need done. So by taking these funds out, I did want to demonstrate, and you can see the chart at the beginning of page 8, that shows the roofs we had planned for FY20 that we've actually done, or we're in the process of doing. FY21, the roof plan, as well as FY22. This $800,000 is a one-year repurposing of those dollars. Won't impair us continuing to move forward on the scheduled roof replacements. We have enough funding to continue that, so it's not going to impair those deferred maintenance needs that we have planned and scheduled.
Jackie, you don't have to go to the CPE for these. Is that CPE for the Asset Preservation Fund? Is that what you were talking about? You'd have to go to CPE.
Yes, we have to go for projects we use the asset preservation fees on. We have to go back to the CPE and get approval for those projects. And before we can do that, we have to obtain approval from this board. Typically, we would only bring projects to the board, specific projects to the board, by the delegation of authority when they exceed $1 million per project. That is something our board's required to approve. But if we're going to use asset preservation fees for that, all those projects have to go to the board and to the council. Any questions about deferred maintenance? So the last few items on the summary, one is utilities. We've been fortunate this year to be able to save $500,000 in our utility budget. That's been a combination of raising 2 buildings as well as trying to be more energy efficient. So that $500,000 just went back to the general fund to help offset the budget balance and the needs for FY21. We do have a small liability insurance increase, and that was a priority item that the president mentioned earlier. I think the state outlook, I'm sure everyone can read that, and it's probably as versed on that as what we have in this document. We've got some challenges ahead of us, and Murray State will probably feel some of that pain also. So if there's not any specific questions about the summary, I'll touch on the attachments, although I'll try to get through those rather quickly. We've got 4 attachments to the executive summary. The first being attachment A. It's on page 177, I think, of your board book. What attachment A is, it's a very detailed schedule, and the president likes to call it the ICE schedule because it's so small. It is hard to read, but what we tried to do is be transparent with all the changes in the budget. So This has revenues included as well as expenditures. You'll see the top section are all the changes in revenues. About the middle of the page, you'll see our revenues changed by $3.5 million. Now that ties back to the very first chart we were looking at on page 1, where education in general changed to $3.5 million. So revenues went down. The bottom half of the schedule are expenditures. You'll see all the expenditure type changes broke out by salaries and fringe benefits and operations. They also total 3.5. So it demonstrates where all the changes have been made to balance the budget to a total change of 3.5 in education in general. I'll be happy to answer any questions about specific lines on here, but I'm certainly not going to make you sit through addressing every one of those lines. So that being the change in the budget, in a fairly detailed format, if you go to attachment B, it's a little bit more summarized and shows you the same change, but it shows you more by type of function. And you'll see again, education in general at the top of attachment B, and then auxiliaries are at the bottom with a change column. Starts with FY20. On the right, you got FY21. So you can see as you scroll through here, it's just a very good overview of the budget. You'll see the top line appropriations. You'll see that $827,000 that we've already been talking about. You can go through and see those same numbers, net tuition. You see the asset preservation fee that we were talking about. Then you can go down under expenditures and you can see those changes in salaries and fringes, services, materials, for a total of $3.5 million. Now, auxiliaries we haven't talked very much about. I'll note here on the auxiliary section, went down $4.2 million. That's not cuts from an auxiliary standpoint. It's changes in how we budgeted the Sodexo contract. So last year was the first year we budgeted Sodexo's contract, the new dining contractor. And we had millions that we budgeted because of their investments in some of the campus projects. This Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, we budgeted that investment dollar last year. So we're having to take that out because that's not a renewable budget. So the auxiliary changes you see for $4.2 million, the bulk of that is only taking out those investment dollars from Sodexo because we've already taken advantage of those. So we can't continue to budget them. So that's what is really making the overall budget decrease of $7.7 million so high. So seeing no questions, if we go on to attachment C, attachment C is really just a graphical picture of where our expenditures are. We've showed this for a few years now, and I always think it's helpful for the board to see broke out by program group, the top one being instruction, research, public service. You can see where our budget falls. By far, it falls in instruction. And the yellow blocks on there represent the salary portion, and the blue represent the non-salary portion. You'll see where the contingency is. The contingency is in institutional support. And you can see those the amounts down in the legend, but I think just visual, it helps you get an idea of where the bulk of the dollars are. And then lastly, what we've got is attachment D. And it kind of goes back to the statement I made earlier that Murray State hasn't increased our tuition and fees for the upcoming year. But what we've tried to show here are other schools that have made that same decision. Western and Northern, as well as Moorhead, have also set their rates for FY20, and they've not taken any rate increases either. You'll see the schools that I still have FY20 rates on here for because they haven't set their tuition rates for the next year yet. You see Murray State in the yellow bar, third from the bottom. We're very close to Moorhead, below Eastern, but we're still in very competitive position. And we thought this chart just kind of was a good reminder of where we fall within the state from a tuition and fee standpoint, and helps the board understand we are still being a very competitive position. So that's what I have to present from the budget. This budget summary itself, it's still a very summarized, but more detailed than what I just gave you, in addition to the salary roster, which the board has to approve annually. So I don't know if President Jackson, if you have any added comments or anything else you want to touch on.
No, I mean, I think obviously you covered it very well, but I've had a chance this week to talk to every region in detail. We had a good meeting last week with Chair Owens and Chair Rhodes, and not sure what else we could add at this point unless there's questions.
Do we have any questions? I would just like to state again that this is a balanced budget, and to reiterate what President Jackson said, it protects academics, academic integrity, while at the same time protecting jobs. And I think Dr. Jackson, President Jackson, as well as Vice President Dudley and the entire team are to be commended, given this fiscal environment, to present this type of balanced budget. If there aren't any other questions from the committee.
Regent Owens,
Yes.
are we going to be approving the salary roster as well?
Yes, sir.
In my book, I'm sorry, in my book, the salary roster, there's a slot for it, but there's no content there. Is it somewhere else, or?
Krigler, it's under other business as per the email I sent out last night.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? If not, we'll entertain a motion on the recommendation of the president of the university to approve the 2020-2021 summary budget with executive summary and salary roster.
So move.
We have a motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any question? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Chairman Rhodes, Finance Committee, like to make a motion upon the recommendation of the president to approve the 2020-2021 summary budget with executive summary and salary roster.
Okay, Chairman Owens, do we have a second to his motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This will be by voice vote. All in favor of the approval of the 2021 university budget with executive summary and salary roster will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by nay. Okay, Chairman Owens.
Thank you, sir. We'll now go to the course fee eliminations, pardon me. Vice President Dudley.
This action item is, as I stated earlier, we do not have any increases in our course fees or tuition and fees, but we actually have decreases. So we've had to bring this forward to the board because when we went with academic partnerships, the agreement with academic partnerships was that we would only have our tuition and mandatory fee rates. We would not have additional course fees. So we're eliminating the course fees that are applicable to all courses that they may teach, but they're being eliminated for those courses, whether they're taught by Murray State, possibly in a face-to-face manner, or they're going to be handled through admissions through academic partnerships. So the schedule you see attached to this action item really is just a list of all the courses and those changes, which are all decreases or eliminations of those course fees. Because the board does approve course fees, they're required to because of the fee establishment policy, we have to bring these back to the board to eliminate them.
I would just commend any of the elimination of online fees. I think it speaks to this partnership that they only really wanted to partner if we were going to eliminate those online fees. I know that that's real money and dollars are hard to come by, but I would just encourage the university to continue to look at these online fees for opportunities to eliminate them. I think the additional growth that we would get from a lot of these online courses would more than pay for those course fees over time.
I agree. I echo Regent Krigler on that. For the rest of you, in the budget advisory meeting, that's one of the things that was brought up that I brought up was possible elimination of the online course fees, not only for these partnerships, but looking into undergraduate as well. So
these fees are just for those five degrees, right?
They're for the courses in those 5 programs.
Courses.
Yeah.
So it could.
Whether those programs are taught, as I said, through a student that was admitted through AP, or whether they might be a face-to-face student in a program here on campus in that same program. So we can't charge like Accounting 604. Anyone that takes Accounting 604 will no longer have a course fee.
Okay. Do you have a figure on how much?
Yeah, I have in the action item here that the course fees are approximately $52,000 that will be, revenues will go down, and the online fees are approximately $72,000 based on previous year's enrollment courses.
So about 125,000.
Yes.
I will entertain a motion on the recommendation of the president of the university. Finance committee will approve changes in the attached schedule of course and online fees effective fall 2020. We have a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Or it's been moved and seconded. Any further question? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Chairman Rhodes, on the recommendation of the president of the university, I move we approve the changes in the attached schedule of course and online fees effective fall 2020.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Owens. Do we have a second to that motion?
This is Melanie, and I second.
Okay. Thank you, Melanie. This will be a voice vote. So all in favor of the motion will indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed by nay. Motion carries. Chairman Owens.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our last item is the project approval. And again, Vice President Dudley.
Yes. The standard item we bring to the board, and we have 2 schedules attached to this item. One are those projects that are under $200,000. Then the second one is those projects over 200. Those projects under $200,000, you can see what those are on the schedule. They total $268,000 in projects. So all the board is doing is approving the reservation of funding for those projects. And if you look at those over 200,000, this project for Alexander Hall, it's not a facility project, it's a technology project for the College of Education. And they have some very specific software that they use. And they've been needing to replace it for quite some time, but they've been having to save funding to do that. So the project is going to increase its scope to $325,000, and we're adding $100,000 to that. So it's a total of $325,000. It was $225,000. And so we're seeking the board's approval. We'd like to move forward with this project, I believe, over the next year, if we can manage it within that scope. That's really the only approval item as far as a specific project is that IT project.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Do we have any question from the committee? If not, we'll entertain a motion on the recommendation of the president Finance Committee would designate the funding as outlined for the projects on the attached listing.
So move.
We have a second?
Second, Eric Quigley.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Chairman Rhodes, I move that upon the recommendation of the president of the university, that the board designate the funding as outlined for the projects on the attached listing.
Thank you, Chairman Owens. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
This will be a roll call vote on the motion, and Jill will call the roll.
Mr. Book,
Yes.
Mr. Krigler,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Yes.
Ms. Green, Sharon, you're muted.
I keep hitting it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Mr. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Schimberger?
Yes.
Dr. Tharp?
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chairman Rhodes, that concludes the discussion for the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Owens. I don't believe we have a report on the Legislative and Economic Development Committee. Chairman Gray, do you have any comments or presentation?
I don't. I just want to say thank you again to Dr. Jackson and to Jordan both. I know coming from the standpoint of being in the government relations side of things, has been an extremely tough time to try and deal with, not just a new administration, but we went into a budget year on the legislative session, which ended up being a one-year budget, which means we're going to have to go back next year and revisit, have another budget session followed by another budget session the following year. And not to mention that it's an election year on top of that. So I just want to commend you all. It's a lot harder to work under the circumstances of which we are all doing, rather than walking the halls at the Capitol and in the annex and being able to grab people and have sidebar discussions. So thank you all for your work. Continue to do what you're doing, and that's all that I have.
Thank you, Regent Gray.
Thank you, Chairperson Gray. Marketing and community engagement, Regent Green, do you have a report or any comments you'd like to make?
No, we have nothing on this day.
Okay, thank you. We'll go into personnel changes. President Jackson.
Yes, actually, I think Provost Todd is going to be handling the next 2 or 3 items, and I may echo a comment or two after he's finished.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Jackson. It's my honor and privilege to present to the Board of Regents for consideration Dr. Dina Byers to remove the interim from her title. Dr. Byers received her doctorate from the University of Tennessee Health Science Center in Memphis. She joined the Murray State nursing faculty in 2008, and as an assistant professor, she achieved the rank of professor in 2017. And during this last year, she's been the interim dean, and in 1819 she was the assistant dean. This appointment has the support of the faculty and staff from the School of Nursing and Health Professions and the Office of the Provost. So it's my recommendation to the President and the Board of Regents that Dean Dina Byers becomes dean and not interim dean.
Is there any discussion or comments that anyone would like to make before we entertain a motion? If not, at this time, we would entertain a motion for the approval of the appointment of Dina Byers at the School of Nursing and Health Professions.
So
do we have a second?
Second.
This will require a roll call vote, so Jill will call the roll.
Mr. Book?
Yes.
Mr. Krigler? Mrs. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Owens,
Yes.
Mrs. Rudolph,
Aye.
Mr. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Schemberger,
Yes.
Dr. Tharp,
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman and President Jackson, I think Dean Byers is on the line. I think she may be able to hear us, but I don't see her, but I think she's here. Here she comes.
I'm here.
There she is.
Congratulations, Dean Byers.
Thank you. Thank you all. I just wanted to let you know that I have been a part of the Murray State community for some time now. I am a graduate of both the BSN and MSN programs from Murray State. And I have personally experience has me to grow into the person that I am today. And so it will be my mission to continue to serve as a positive leader to our students, to they need to be successful. I'm very excited about continuing to serve Murray State in the School of Nursing and Health Professions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Byers.
Chair Rhodes, if I could say something, Dean Byers wouldn't tell you this. For the past several months, we've had to work on accreditation of a brand new program at Murray State, the occupational therapy program, the master's level occupational therapy, which is at the Paducah campus. It was a very difficult accreditation process. The first time the program had gone through accreditation, so that's never an easy process. You've got reviewers looking at everything, and the provost and associate provost and the dean, myself and others met regularly and often, worked very hard and did an excellent job, and that program is now fully accredited. It's fully accredited for the next several years, and we're moving forward and growing and expanding occupational therapy on the Paducah campus.
Right.
Dean Byers, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll defer to you for the introduction of the next appointment.
Yes. Also, in regard to personnel changes, item B is the board's annual reaffirmation of our general counsel appointment, which is Rob Miller. I work with Rob on a near daily basis. I know many of you talk to General Counsel Miller on a regular basis as well. He does an excellent job. I appreciate his wise counsel, and he's done an excellent job during my tenure here, and I appreciate his services very much. And I would recommend the board reaffirming his appointment.
And I'd like to add my endorsement to that, President Jackson. Chair Kemp told me how helpful he was during his tenure as chair. And I got a little taste of that because this week I've probably talked to him 6 or 7 times, and he's been very helpful. And we're very fortunate that we took him from Eastern Illinois. I will entertain a motion at this time for the reaffirmation of Mr. Rob Miller as our general counsel appointment.
This is Leon Owens, Chairman Rhodes. So moved.
Thank you, Chairman Owen. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, this will be a voice vote. All in favor of the motion to reaffirm the general counsel appointment of Rob Miller indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed by nay. Okay, President Jackson, we have, I think, one more.
Yes, item C is the reaffirmation of the internal auditor appointment, Michelle Saxon. I don't think Michelle is in this meeting today. Michelle does a very good job, and we appreciate her services. Again, I work with her often, and I know many of you do as well. I think Chair Tharp would echo the comments, and she is an asset to the institution. I would recommend her reappointment in this role.
Do you have any discussions or comments, Regent Tharp?
Well, comment is that I work with Michelle a lot, and guess over the last couple of years, we've worked our way through a lot of issues. She follows up well, and I would concur with the reappointment or reaffirming her appointment.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion now to reaffirm Michelle Saxon as our internal auditor for Murray State.
This is Melanie. I move to approve.
Thank you,
Phil Scully, second.
Thank you for that second. This will also be a voice vote. All in favor of the reaffirmation of the appointment of Michelle Saxton as our internal auditor will indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed by nay. Okay. Next item will be 2020-21 faculty promotion recommendations. President Jackson.
Yes, once again, I would defer to Provost Todd in this regard. One of the most exciting days in a faculty member's life is the issue of tenure and promotion. I'm proud to have these advanced with the provost. He and I work very closely on each of these and would recommend your approval.
Thank you, President Jackson and Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to put forth the roster for the 2021 faculty promotion recommendations. As many have indicated and all believe, we have a tremendous faculty here at Murray State. And as the president just said, the promotion and tenure are two significant events in the lives of academics and academicians. So I'm pleased to present to you this roster for faculty promotions.
Provost Todd, I know it is a good list, and I know a lot of us have been sitting all morning, but I can guarantee you, I know of several people who are watching, and I think they would like to have their name heard. Would it be possible for you or President Jackson to read the roster publicly?
Absolutely. Provost, would you like to do that? Or I'll be happy to read them as well. But you go ahead.
All right, very much so. Jessica Dunn, Jeremy North, James. Are you there? Yeah. Excuse me. Jessica Dunn, Jeremy North, Janice Super, Francis Smith, Jamie Mahoney, Katie Hancock, Christina Grant, Teresa Clark, Michael Martin, Sarah Martin, Joshua Adair, Rusty Jones, William Rusty Jones, Juyong Song, Elena Pichet, Tanya Romero Gonzalez, Justin Walsh, G. Gao, Todd French, Alexandra Hindley, Michael Bordieri, Patrick Cushion, Amanda Joyce, Sean Rife, Oliver Beckers, Gary Zaruth, Rachel Allenbaugh, Basile Almasri, Gary Stinchcomb, Alec Leedy, Joseph Rudy Otway, Manoj Pathak, Brian Hoover, Alex Schultz, Brenda Reeves, Kathy Stanzik, and Leslie Ingleson.
Okay. We will, if there's no other discussion or comments, we will now entertain a motion to approve the 2021 faculty promotion recommendations.
Phil Scully, so moved.
Thank you, Regent Scully. Do we have a second?
Leon Owens, second.
Thank you. This will be a roll call vote, and Jill will now call the roll.
Yes.
Mr. Krigler?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Mr. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Schemberger?
Yes.
Dr. Tharp?
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yep. Motion passes. Now we will move to the 2021 faculty tenure recommendations. President Jackson.
Again, I would defer to the provost.
Okay.
Thank you, President Jackson and Chairman Rhodes. In the same theme, Regent Schemberger, with your permission, I'll read these names as well. These are the 2021 faculty tenure recommendations. Again, this is a milestone in the life of a college professor. Jessica Dunn, Aaron Guzzi, Jeremy North, Jan Super, Jamie Mahoney, Christina Grant, Teresa Clark, Katie Hancock, Michael Martin, Sarah Martin, Elena Piquet, Tanya Romero Gonzalez, G. Gao, Todd French, Lucia Unrau, Alexandra Henley, Michael Bordieri, Patrick Cushion, Amanda Joyce, Sean Ripe, Oliver Beckers, Gary Zaruth, Basile Elmasari, Gary Stinchcomb, Joseph Rudy Otway, Elizabeth Donovan, Manoj Pathak, Brenda Reeves, and Kathy Stanzik.
Thank you, Provost Todd. Do we have a motion to approve the recommended faculty tenure as presented by Dr. Todd?
This is Melanie, and I approve.
Thank you, Melanie. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
This will require a roll call vote, and Jill will now call the roll.
Mr. Book,
Yes.
Mr. Krigler,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Owens,
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph,
Aye.
Mr. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Schimberger,
Yes.
Dr. Tharp,
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye. And I want to add my congratulations to those who have received promotions and tenure. These are the folks that make Murray an outstanding academic institution, and we are very grateful for their contribution to Murray State. The next item on your agenda would be the resolutions of appreciation. President Jackson, either you or myself, one, I think it would be appropriate for us to read into the record to do justice to the resolutions of appreciation for Chair Kemp and Regent Book. So you can read or I can read, either one. Which would you prefer?
I would prefer, Mr. Chair, that you read Dan Kemp's, and I'll read the faculty and staff retirements and Trey Book's. You're the chair of this board. I think it's appropriate, but I'd like to say this about Dan Kemp before you read it. I had the opportunity to serve with him for the past couple of years, and this past year's chair before you assumed this particular role. He did a masterful job. I called him regularly, talked to him multiple times on certain days, and during this pandemic period, I talked to him 3 or 4 times on many days. Dan is he's a gentleman. He's very, very caring, and he loves this institution. And this board will miss him, but we greatly appreciate his service in the last many years.
Thank you, President Jackson. I would like to add just a few comments to that. And I knew Chair Kemp many years before my involvement on the board, and he was always had an outstanding reputation as a fine practicing attorney and an outstanding mayor in Hopkinsville, which helped equip him to be a good chair. But he has purposefully included me in practically every meeting and every item that we needed to discuss, has more or less treated me as a partner in this process. And I greatly appreciate that, because that has helped me prepare for this meeting and to be a better board member. So I want to publicly also thank Chair Kemp, and I think he's streaming in, and I hope he's tuned in and has listened to all this before I read this resolution. And at this time, I would like to read this resolution into the record. We probably could have made 2 or 3 more pages to do it more justice, but I'm going to read the resolution of appreciation for J. Daniel Kemp. Whereas J. Daniel Kemp was appointed by the Governor of Kentucky, Stephen L. Beshear, to the Board of Regents of Murray State University on August 1, 2014, to fill the unexpired term of Ms. Marilyn Buchanan. And whereas J. Daniel Kemp has exemplified outstanding leadership on the Board of Regents, serving as chair from July 1, 2019 through May 15, 2020. He served as chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee 2014-15, 15-16, and 19 and 20, and as a member of the Finance Committee in 2014-15, and as chair from 16 to 19. He served as a member of the Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activities Committee 2019 and 20, Building and Grounds Committee 2015 through 19, and Legislative and Economic Development Committee 2015 through 2020. He also served as a member of the former Regional Services Committee from 2014 to 15. Whereas J. Daniel Kemp, a 1967 Murray State alumnus, has been involved in many initiatives for the improvement and advancement of the university in its efforts to serve the educational needs of the citizens of the Commonwealth, and his leadership has been strong, inclusive, and encouraging, leading to a cohesive, dynamic, and forward-looking board. And whereas J. Daniel Kemp's service has often required the sacrifice of valuable time and the contribution of many hours of difficult work, which was rendered selflessly without reference to personal inconvenience, without a personal agenda, and always for the public good. And now, therefore, on this 5th day of June, 2020, be it resolved that we mark this milestone reverently with words, J. Daniel Kemp will hear again at the last milestone, well done, good and faithful servant. And be it further resolved by the Murray State University Board of Regents that this recognition of the contributions and dedication of J. Daniel Kemp be preserved in the minutes of the board after having been read aloud and passed unanimously by the board on this 5th day of June, 2020. Are there any other comments before we call for a motion for approval of this resolution?
Chairman Rhodes?
Yes, Chairman Owens.
Yes, sir. I would just like to say I appreciate Chair Kemp. It was his unselfish act that allowed me to continue my service on the board. It was something that he did not have to do, but he chose to do. I personally encouraged him not to, but even against that recommendation, he did. So I'm just grateful to him, to his service, and also for his friendship.
Thank you, Chair Owens. I think that further illustrates his dedication and top priority being what's best interest of Murray State. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the resolution of appreciation for Chair Kemp.
This is Trey Book, so moved.
We have a second?
Virginia, second.
Okay, thank you. This time we have a motion and a second, and we will present this by voice vote. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed. Resolution is passed. And this time, I would defer to President Jackson to make the presentation on Regent Book.
Mr. Chair, thank you again, and I'll let you read the resolution as chair of this board. It's more appropriate for the permanent minutes, but I want to say this about Trey. He has served, and he served well, and I think the provost said it best earlier. He's represented his fellow students well. He's a leader on this campus. He was president of the Interfraternity Council. He's been a leader in Greek life, and he continues that service. And as I said earlier today, we're going to keep him around here and get a graduate degree out of him. And who knows, he may be giving reports here to this institution one of these days. So Trey, thank you, and thank you for your service, and you've done an excellent job. You're a good man.
Okay. We have before us now the approval of the resolution of appreciation for Regent Book. Does anybody else have any comments or they want to offer? Go ahead.
I'd just like to say that it has been a delight working with Trey this year. We have co-chaired a committee together, and he has really stepped up and done a great job. I'm honored to have served with him.
Trey, on a point of personal privilege, you and your predecessor and successor have given great exposure to the city of Henderson, my hometown. And ironically enough, we're going to have 3 consecutive student regents from the city of Henderson, and I'm quite proud of that, being a native of Henderson. And Trey, you've done an excellent job of representing the students and representing Murray State. So at this time, I'll call for a motion for the approval of the resolution of appreciation for Regent Book.
Lisa Rudolph, I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second. Don Thorpe.
Thank you very much, Regent Thorpe. All in favor of the approval of the resolution of appreciation for Regent Book will indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed. Next item on the agenda is board organizational materials. Go ahead.
Chair Rhodes, do you
Yes,
care if
go
I
ahead,
say
sir.
something real quick? I didn't know if I should do it before or
No,
after, but
you've got the floor.
okay, thank you. I promise I won't I'll try not to take too long, but this is one of the last times that people have to kind of sit there and listen to me for a while. So you just have to bear with me for a minute. You know, I've had some time to think about what to say at this moment, but every time I sat down to write something, I couldn't find the perfect word to describe my experience. But I'm just going to try anyways. I've absolutely loved my time on the board and in serving as the SGA president. We were able to work on a lot of key events and issues that this past year that I'm proud to have been able to do. From working on the Racers in Power campaign with Peggy Whaley and Jennifer Smith, and so many other people on the committee, to bringing notable speakers like Damon John to campus. There's a few people I want to say thank you to. First, to my family that's always inspired me and got me here to Murray. Next is to the student body here at Murray State, my student senate, and all the other branches of SGA, and to my SGA executive officers from this past year. Been a huge help. I want to say thank you to Jordan Smith, who's really been a really good friend and confidant for this past year. Given me a lot of advice that I've met and talked with Jordan a lot over this past year, and he's been great. Also like to thank Jeannie Morgan for being the strongest support system and the biggest wealth of knowledge that anyone could ever ask for. You know, I think, you know, Jeannie's been here longer than anyone else I know, and so she knows this university better than I think anyone. And she's been a huge help. To Dr. Robertson and Peggy Whaley, to Jennifer Smith, my mom here at Murray State, that I call her, everyone in the Student Affairs office, that's really been a huge help to me as well. Dr. Robertson's become a huge mentor to me. To Provost Todd, that I met before my tenure as SGA president, served on the Social Event Review Committee for Greek Life. He's been a great friend, become a mentor to me. To my fellow Regents, I was very, very nervous to start this tenure on the board because of all the high profile individuals that you all are, CEOs, distinguished professors, legislators, everything in between. I'm going to miss the meetings. I'm going to miss sitting beside Regent Krigler, because every time Regent Krigler, he'd teach me something about finance, or Regent Tharp has some sort of smart comment, some sort of funny joke to say, whisper in my ear in the meeting. So, but last but certainly not least, Dr. Jackson. If you would have told me a year ago that I would have developed such a good friendship with him, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But Dr. Jackson has become a true friend to me, a mentor, and someone I look up to very, very much. You know, he's given me advice and has been there on multiple occasions. And for that, I'll always thank him. And I've told Dr. Jackson this and a couple other people, but I would like to say it publicly. You know, there's an alumni that I credit my success to Murray State, really. He's the reason I'm here, and it's Dr. Tom Logan. Dr. Tom Logan is an alumni of this university. So is his wife, Jo Logan. The children and family that went here to the university as well. And Dr. Logan, if anyone knows Dr. Logan, he's one of those individuals, and once he says something, he doesn't really ask you to do something. You just kind of do it. And so I worked for he owned a frozen yogurt shop back at home, and I went there, and he came in one day, he owned it, and came in there and said, "Trey, I talked to your mom, set up you an appointment at Murray, and you're going to go on that day." And I was like, "Okay, yes, sir, I'll be there." And I'm so very grateful that he did. And he's always been the biggest supporter of Murray State. And he, like I said, he's the reason I'm here today. You know, and I love Murray State University, what we stand for and seek to achieve every day. There isn't a finer place than this university. We're facing some of the most challenging times this university has ever seen, but I know we will come out of this even stronger than we were before because of the people that make up this fine institution. And I consider it an honor of a lifetime that I've been able to play, and hopefully will continue to play, a small part of our success. God bless the Racers.
Thank you very much, Trey, for those kind words. And that has just reinforced what had been said earlier.
Trey, good job. Thank you.
This time we'll move into the board organizational materials.
Mr. Chairman,
Got one more.
we have one more resolution.
Okay, sure.
I'm going to point out some individuals. These are our retiring faculty.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Retiring faculty members, retiring staff members. And I'd like to, you see the resolution, but I'd like to call out their names and their years of service. 624 years of service on this list. And I know many of these individuals personally, and I've known them a long time. And this university will miss them. I'm going to miss them. Crystal Coel, 25 years in the Bauernfeind College of Business. Dr. Renee Duncan, 27 years. He served here well in a lot of different roles. We miss Renee. Harry Fannin, 32 years, Department of Chemistry. John Fannin, many of you know quite well. John was here 25 years. Peggy Meredith, 11 years. Robert Pilgrim, 30 years. Janetta Riley, 14 years. Those are faculty members that have served here and have served well, and we're going to miss each and every one of them. In the staff area, Jerry Adams, 14 years. Timothy Armstrong, 25 years. Misty Campbell, 17 years. Kathy Friebel, 28 years. Janet Futrell, 32 years. Katrika Gibson, 21 years. Teresa Groves, 22 years. And I know that Rob Miller misses Teresa, and I do too. Sherry Harpole, 32 years. Lisa Harris, 11 years. Charles Hawkins, 23 years. Joe Haynes, 28 years. Ronald Hill, 8 years. Patricia Hudson, 31 years. Susie Malloy, 4 years. Beverly Nolan, 16 years. Eric Rich, 20 years. Brett Shelton, 22 years. John Stone, 16 years. Scott Thiele, 25 years. Michael Thompson, 25 years. Mary Jo Wallace, 29 years. Maria Belinda Woods, 11 years. This is your list of staff members, again, who have served here and served well, and many for a long time. 624 years of service, and I would recommend the board's approval of this resolution.
Provost Todd, would you like to add anything to President Jackson's comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, sir, not really. I think the president said it well. We're going to miss the faculty and staff, the hundreds of years of service. You can't replace that. Every one of those individuals love this institution. Many spent their entire career here. So we have been blessed as an institution to have them, and we wish them the best in their future.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. This time we would entertain a resolution honoring the retiring faculty and staff as listed by President Jackson.
So moved.
Thank you, Bridget Green. Do I have a second?
Second. This is Melanie. Second.
Thank you. This will be a voice vote. All in favor of the motion to approve the resolution honoring our retiring faculty and staff will indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, but nay. Thank you very much, President Jackson, and I think it's entirely appropriate that you read their names, and I want to add my congratulations and thanks for their good work in helping make Murray a premier academic institution. This time we'll move in. We'll have virtual applause. I see Chairman Owen. So all of these people can consider the fact that we did do a virtual applause. Thank you. Board organizational material, the 2020-21 election of Board of Regents officers and reaffirmation. As you know, on an annual basis at our spring quarterly meeting, we elect our officers who will serve for 1 year, commencing July, with separate elections to be held to elect chair, vice chair, and secretary. And also we will appoint a treasurer the board will separately select a treasurer. The election procedure is listed in our bylaws and is in your board book at beginning, I think, at pages 457, which outlines the duties of these various officers. And I think it would be appropriate for us to quickly summarize the protocol for the voting procedure. Separate elections will be held for each of these three officers, chair, vice chair, and secretary. The chair will declare that nominations are in order and will recognize each member for the purpose of making a nomination, and the recognition of members for nomination purposes shall be in the same order as the roll call, and Jill will make the roll call for that purpose. Nominations do not require a second. Any member nominated for any office may withdraw his or her name from consideration. However, a member nominated will not be recognized for that purpose until all members have had an opportunity to make nominations. If after each member has had a roll call opportunity to make a nomination and only one name has been placed in nomination for that particular office, the chair shall declare that person elected by unanimous consent. And if more than one name is placed in nomination for a particular office, a vote shall be taken. Names shall be voted upon in the same order in which the nomination occurred. The nominee first receiving an absolute majority shall be declared elected. In the event of, after any new regent is appointed by the governor, we will have to have a repeat election for vice chair and secretary at an organizational meeting required within 30 days of the appointment of the new member. So at this time, the floor will be open for the nomination of chair for beginning July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021, and Jill will call the roll.
Mr. Book,
Nominate Regent Jerry Rhodes.
Mr. Krigler,
Pass.
Mrs. Gray,
Pass.
Ms. Green,
Pass.
Mr. Owens,
Pass.
Mr. Rhodes,
Pass.
Mrs. Rudolph,
Pass.
Mr. Schooley,
Pass.
Dr. Schemberger,
Pass.
Dr. Tharp.
Pass.
Thank you for that vote of confidence and selection. And I will declare then that this election has occurred by unanimous consent. And I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for your confidence for this coming year. And I will have a few more comments in just a minute. I don't want to belabor the election process, but this time the floor will be open for the nomination of vice chair, and Jill will call the roll for that purpose.
Mr. Book,
Nominate Regent Eric Krigler.
Mr. Krigler,
Pass.
Ms. Gray,
Pass.
Ms. Green,
Pass.
Mr. Owens,
Pass.
Mr. Rhodes,
Pass.
Mrs. Rudolph,
Pass.
Mr. Schooley,
Pass.
Dr. Schemberger,
Pass.
Dr. Tharp.
Pass.
This time, the chair will declare that Regent Krigler has been elected vice chair by unanimous consent. Congratulations to Regent Krigler.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank the board. I appreciate it.
This time, we will conclude this election process by the nomination and selection of the secretary, and Jill will call the roll for nominations for that office.
Mr. Book,
Mrs. Jill Hunt.
Mr. Krigler, Mrs. Gray,
Pass.
Ms. Green,
Pass.
Mr. Owens,
Pass.
Mr. Rhodes,
Pass.
Mrs. Rudolph,
Pass.
Mr. Schooley,
Pass.
Dr. Schemberger,
Pass.
Dr. Tharp.
Pass.
Congratulations to Jill Hunt, who is again selected as our secretary by unanimous consent. Now that we have eliminated any doubt about that, Jill, thank you for all your good work.
Thank you.
I have learned, I learned pretty quickly coming on this board, and even more so with more responsibility, just how important Jill is to this institution. And I know everybody in this room would agree with that, especially President Jackson, who relies on her very much. And Jill, we appreciate your good work.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to echo that. Jill has, I don't know how many years now, I forgot to ask her. She's been the secretary. I don't think anyone was worried about a second nomination regarding her board work, but her work here at Murray State University is just unbelievable. She's here early, she's here late. We work together closely, more closely than anyone else on this campus, and I appreciate all that she does for this institution. And she has a lot of responsibilities, and the last 4 months have been unbelievable responsibilities for all of us. And Jill, I appreciate you, and I know everyone on this call or in this meeting does as well. So thank you.
I was again reminded of that when I received an email from Jill at 8:53 p.m. last night. That sort of reinforced that point. At this time now,
we up at 8:52.
Okay. All right. At this time, by a different procedure, we will select our treasurer, and the floor will be open for the nomination for the post of treasurer.
Do you want me to call the roll?
Well, we want to have a nomination. I don't think that procedure is required for treasurer.
Right.
So do we have a nomination for the post of treasurer?
Mr. Chair, I think it would be appropriate for you, because the Vice President of Administrative Services always serves in that role, for you to make that recommendation.
I recommend that Jackie Dudley be selected again as treasurer, and I can put that in the form of a motion, and I'll call for a second for that.
Don Thorpe, second.
Thank you, Don. This time we would call for a vote, and I don't think that requires a roll call vote, does it, Jill? I think we do by voice vote on this. All in favor of this motion to again approve Jackie Dudley as our treasurer will indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed? And Jackie, I want to add my thanks to you for all of your hard work, particularly in these last several months. Like you didn't have enough to do to begin with, and then you had this pandemic and all of the budget cuts and everything, all the other pressures on top of you. You've done a marvelous job, and we look forward to working with you in this coming year. It's going to be tough, but we'll get through this. Any other comments? This time we'll move into supplemental materials. This is all for information only. President Jackson, I believe you can present these items.
I'll run through these very quickly, but before we move on, I would like to say thank you for agreeing to do this particular job as chair. The chair of the board spends more time than anyone else in regard to daily contact and someone we call and follow up with, and many times speaks on behalf of the board and makes decisions in emergency situations regarding activities. I've known Jerry Rhodes a long time, and when I was a very young man, I was elected to the state senate, and he followed thereafter. And Jerry, I won't say how much older, but he's a few years older than me. But we became very close in that environment and worked together very, very well in a lot of different respects in Frankfurt as well. He's a good man. He's got a good heart. He loves this place. And Jerry, we look forward to you serving this role for the next year.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to add just a few comments to reinforce what I just said after the election. I didn't realize actually the responsibilities of the chair until I was vice chair under Chair Kemp. And I quickly understood how much time it took and how dedicated the Chair Kemp was, and what an awesome responsibility it is. And I also want to reflect just a minute or two on my feelings and passion for Murray State. And I've said this before, and I hate to repeat things that I've said, but I owe my very existence to Murray State because my mother and dad met at Murray State. And that may sound a little corny, but it's true. And also, I could say the same thing for my two sons, who owe their very existence because I met my wife here at Murray State. So I have a big heart for Murray State, and I'm very happy to serve in this capacity. I look forward to a good year, and I appreciate all of the support and dedication of our board members. We have an excellent board, and we've had a good meeting today. Thank you very much.
Here, Rose, before we move on to that final item of supplemental materials, we probably need to look at board organizational dates.
That's right. I left that out. We have a list by Jill. And Jill, I assume that we would indicate our first option by what, email to you after we check our calendars. All of you see these dates on page 459 of your board book. And I would think that you would just indicate your first preference for each of these meetings. I think that's the way we have done it before.
I could defer to Rob here, but I think we have to do this in public session while we're meeting.
Do we have to actually pick the dates now?
That's how we normally proceed, yes.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody prepared to, you want to make the selection now then, Jill, and to go ahead and approve the specific dates for the meetings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll start with the annual retreat.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Question. Once these are approved, do they ever change or not? Is this in concrete?
Oh, I think if circumstances required, and I defer to maybe Council Miller on this, but I think that we probably could do that, Mr. President.
That's correct. I mean, I would defer to Robbie. Has anything else to say? Obviously,
as long as we give public notice.
They're fairly concrete, but if they need to change for whatever reason, obviously that could occur. There's plenty of time. But typically, when this is done historically, it should be done publicly, and they're fairly concrete.
Well, we could also have unexpected events such as natural causes that could require us to reschedule the meetings.
That's true. And we'll determine at a later date, Chair Rhodes, regarding Zoom, in person.
Okay.
As well.
Let's look at the annual retreat. I think we in the past have done this in August, but I think that we did a lot in September last year, Mr. President. I believe we did. Do we have a preference for any of these three particular dates?
Chair Rhodes, I have conflicts on the September dates. I could make the August.
Okay. Is everybody else okay with the August date, August 27?
Yes.
Okay. If that's, we'll go through all of these and then we'll approve them as a group. August 27, okay. On the quarterly board meeting, since we're having the retreat on the 27th, I would presume we'd want to have our board meeting on the 28th. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. We'll check that off. The next quarterly board meeting in December, two choices, the 4th and the 11th. Anybody want to, anybody have a conflict or a problem with either of those dates?
I have a conflict on the 11th, and I promise that's my last one.
Okay, we'll defer to you on that. Is everybody okay with December the 4th? Okay. Move on to the February meeting, or the February 26th or March 12th. Jill, when have we met in the past on that particular quarterly meeting? February or March, you remember?
Well, either at the very end of February or the beginning of March. We've done both.
Okay.
COVC.
2nd through the 6th of March.
Does anybody have a conflict with either of those dates, February 26th or March 12th? Okay. Well, why don't we just take February 26th if that's okay? Everybody all right with that? Okay. Final meeting in June. We're meeting today on the 5th. We've got the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th. Does anybody have a conflict that they know of with respect to any of those dates? If not, do you want to make this coinciding kind of with what we're doing today and make it June the 4th? Everybody okay with that?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, we will have then, we'll vote on having the retreat on August 27, or the board meeting August 28th. Next meeting, December 4th, next February 26th, and the last meeting, June the 4th. This time I would entertain a motion to approve the calendar of meetings for this coming year.
I so move.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. All in favor of the calendar of meetings for this coming year as indicated will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. President, I think that now takes us down to the supplemental materials, and I'll turn it over to you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I won't go through these items. Everyone has had a chance to review them, and some good information here, some very good documents, well done. And if you have questions, please let me know. And lastly, I'd like to say thank you for the time you took this week. Some of us had some very long calls, and last week too. Thank you for what you do individually for me and this institution, and collectively for Murray State. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any further presentation on any of these materials?
I do not, unless there's questions, and I think that would take us to other business.
Yeah, none of this requires any board approval. Is there any other business that any of our regents or Mr. President that care to bring before the board at this time? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of adjourning this meeting at just a little after 2 o'clock, right on schedule, indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much for a good board meeting. I appreciate your participation, and let's all stay in touch. Thank you very much.